For the Blue Jays has been Munenori Kawasaki. His enthusiasm, his energy has been infectious, and he's not going to let that wane on the final day of the season. He and Ismail Rogers have become fast friends, and Kawasaki's been quite an addition to this ball club. Joe Maddon's Rays have lost 2 in a row at the hands of the Blue Jays. They came in here with a 7-game win streak, and they know what's on the line. They need to win. They will determine their fate with a win here this afternoon. Now it's time to take a look at the starting lineups. They're brought to you by Quaker State. Real, durable oil. The Rays lost 7-2 on just 6 hits yesterday. David Jesus is the leadoff man. Will Myers has really swung the bat well over his last 24 games, hitting .326. with 10 doubles and 4 homers. The right fielder has done a great job for the Rays. And Ben Zobrist against the Blue Jays this season, another fine year. 20 for 62. That's a .323 average. 3 doubles, 2 homers, 6 RBIs. And Zobrist starting at second base here this afternoon.
Todd Redmond gets the call to close out the 2013 season. It's been a very good year for Redmond. 4-2, .377 earned run average. He's made 13 starts this season, and only one time has he allowed more than 3 earned runs. He gets the call today to shut down the Tampa Bay Rays, keep them out of the playoffs.
A little bit of irony here is that Todd Redmond grew up in St. Petersburg, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, and he has a chance to knock them out of the playoffs. He is set. Here's the first pitch of the game. It is down and in for a ball. We are underway. David DeJesus leading off. He did not start in yesterday's game. He was batting 5th in the opener on Friday night. Drills this ball down the right side. It is a foul ball. Hit hard, but well fouled.
DeJesus has been a nice pickup for the Tampa Bay Rays. They got him a month or so ago, right at the trade deadline. He has given this team some energy, and he has had a couple of game-winning hits for him.
He's 33 years old. He started out in the Kansas City Royals organization. Spent 8 years in Kansas City, 2 years with the Cubs, and this year he spent some time with the Washington Nationals before landing here with Tampa Bay. Todd Redmond has shown us that he's a strike thrower.
Yeah, not afraid to throw it in there. He's got the fastball, the slider, and the split. And I like him because he has no fear out on that mound. He's not going to nibble. He's going to come right after you.
There's that good splitter for the strikeout. 1 down. The defense behind Todd Redmond, it is 3 youngsters in the outfield. Kevin Pillar, Anthony Gose, and Moises Sierra, and they've all had their moments since joining the Blue Jays. Brett Laurie at third. Jose Reyes is the shortstop. He teams up with Ryan Goins, who's been terrific at second. Ryan Longerhans starting at first base, and J.P. Aronsebi behind the plate.
Extended playing time for all the young players. Pillar, Gose, Sierra, Goins, extended playing time and a chance to show what you can do defensively as well as offensively, and the defense has been better for the Blue Jays.
Sure has. They've tightened up the outfield defense dramatically, and the stability that Goins has given them at second has been very obvious. Will Myers, he drives this ball to left. Pillar is back. It's over his head and up against the wall. Myers is headed for second, and he'll get there standing up with a 1-out double. For Myers, that's the 22nd double of the season. He quickly gets himself into scoring position.
Well, I know he's your pick to click this afternoon, this matchup, Myers versus Redmond. This looked like a breaking ball, and he stayed back on that one and hammers it. One thing I think the Rays could do that could really help him is put up a number early in the ball game. Get out to a 3-4-0 lead and really take the pressure off.
Will Myers has been terrific hitting balls up in the zone, and that's what he got. Myers, a .455 average when pitches are up in the strike zone. So James Loney hitting third this afternoon. Loney was 1 for 3. Had a pop-up double. A ball that should have been caught, hit near the mound, and the Blue Jays didn't make a play on it. Loney ended up with second. He didn't come in to score, so obviously it didn't hurt.
It's been a nice find for him. Signed late. He has come up with some big base hits. And Joe Maddon has moved him up in the lineup today. into an RBI spot just ahead of Evan Longoria. Loney yesterday was down in the lineup, hit 7th.
Joe Maddon always juggles his lineup. Foul back. He will do it according to who they're facing, obviously, and he's always looking for a good matchup. Loney very versatile. He can hit 2nd, 3rd, 4th, anywhere in the lineup, basically. Joe Maddon and his bench coach, the lieutenant, Dave Martinez. He is almost like an assistant manager for Joe Maddon. They both talk things over throughout the course of the ball game. 1-2, 1 out. Loney drives it down the left side, but that's going to slice out of play. Well, what a nice turnout today on a gorgeous afternoon. It's 20 degrees here at Rogers Center. Slightly overcast, but a very comfortable day and a nice crowd on hand for the final game of the season.
You know, we have to give some props to the fans who have showed up all season long for the Blue Jays.
They have been loyal, home or road. And today they got their toques. 1-2, 1 out. Base hit to right field. Myers is going to come around third. He's going to score. Sierra gets it back in, and quickly, just like you mentioned, Pat, Tampa Bay has taken a 1-0 lead in the first.
They scored in the first inning in yesterday's game. They scored in the first inning on Friday, and they do it again here today. Loney takes this pitch down and away from him, and he stays on it. Problem is they scored that 1 run, and then that was it. They got shut down. That's why I was saying 2, 3, 4 runs really take the pressure off and give them a little room for error.
Obviously, Tampa Bay have their backs against the wall. Evan Longoria, the third baseman, takes one outside. Longoria looked at his helmet as if he thought maybe he had somebody else's helmet on.
Yeah, like the pitch was on the way.
Yeah, like it didn't feel comfortable on his head. Drives this one to right center and deep. Sierra back. Longoria has hit it to the bottom of the wall. James Loney is being waved around third. The throw will go toward third base, and Longoria has made it 2-0 Tampa Bay.
Well, he always comes up with big base hits, Evan Longoria. The more pressure, the more he is able to focus, relax, and come up with big base hits. There's one right, the 38th double of the season. Fastball down and in, and he golfs it the other way. Longoria, the Blue Jays choose to pitch to him, and he hurts him again with an extra base hit. He's had a great year against Toronto.
Your stars are supposed to come up with big hits, and he gets a big hit right there to make it a 2-0 ball game early. And he is certainly a star. Ben Zobrist, he's had a good year against the Blue Jays. That is the case with Zobrist. He doesn't mind facing the Jays at all. 277 for the season. Inside, it's a ball and a strike.
He's always hit really well in this ballpark also. Zobrist, he homered here on Friday. Got him off to that start yesterday with a double to center field.
Say 291 career hitter here in this ballpark with 8 home runs. 1-1 count on Ben Zobrist. On the ground, Ryan Goins, couple of steps to his right. Throws Zobrist out. Longoria moves to third on the ground out.
Let's take a look at the scouting report for the Blue Jays starter this afternoon, Todd Redmond. 65% of the time he's going to challenge you with that fastball. It tops out about 92, 93 miles an hour, but he flips it up there and really distracts the hitter. He's got a slider, and that changeup is really a split. Through a split grip, that's what he got the strikeout from DeJesus with, and he's got nice tumbling rotation on that splitter.
Delman Young, the DH, goes after the first pitch. Delman Young began his career with Tampa Bay. He was picked up mid-season to give them an extra bat down the stretch.
And he has been a hot hitter for him. And that's why Joe Maddon has left him in the lineup against the right-hander.
He went 0 for 4 yesterday. That snapped a 6-game hit streak. Longoria with an RBI double moves to third on the ground out. He's there with 2 down. Matt Joyce on deck. Just off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Delman Young signed a minor league contract on August 22nd. He was designated for assignment by the Phillies earlier in the month of August.
Well, I thought Delman Young, when he first came up, was going to be a star. He's still a really good player, but I'm talking about 30 home runs, 100 RBIs, 25 steals, and a 290 to 310 batting average. I mean, that's the type of tools you saw when he was a young player.
Off speed pitch, he takes a healthy cut and misses.
He did drive in 100 runs one season. That was with Minnesota.
Yeah, he looked like he had all the tools. He threw very well from the outfield. Yes. He was a good right fielder when he first came up. Here's the payoff pitch, 2 outs. Base it up the middle. Delman Young drives home Evan Longoria, and it's 3-0 Tampa Bay.
Well, those 2-out hits, those are going to be huge this afternoon for both teams, especially for Tampa for what they're playing for. Joe Madden is loving that. 2-out single that scores a run. It looked like another breaking ball. Spun that slider up there. Young stays back on that one, hits it right back through the box. That is how you win right there with those 2-out base hits.
Short swing, protect the plate, put the ball in play, and he drives in a run for Young. That's his 6th since coming in. Pete Walker out to talk to Aaron Sebia and Todd Redmond, and John Gibbons has already started the bullpen. Neil Wagner is up, and you have to applaud Gibbons here. Integrity's on the line here. There's a lot at stake for all of these wild card teams, and Todd's fallen behind early, 3 runs on 4 hits, and you can't allow him to stay out there long. So John Gibbons has Neil Wagner already throwing.
All hands on deck.
Yeah.
You got a long winter to rest up, so we'll probably see everybody out of that pen today if the game situation calls for it.
Matt Joyce. Joyce has moved around lately. He led off for the Rays on Friday. Went 0 for 4 in that ball game. He's in left field this afternoon. Ball on the strike. Joyce for the season, 22 doubles and 18 homers, but it's been a struggle lately. Just 6 for his last 60. One thing you think about when you've had a slump like that, if you're Matt Joyce, just 1 hit at this time of the season will erase the memories of that long, rough stretch.
And 1 big hit in a game like today makes you forget about the previous 54 outs you just made.
3-1.
And I'll tell you what, he's not even thinking about that right now.
No.
He's thinking about this at bat right here.
Winning this game.
Yep. This 1 pitch in the moment.
Off speed pitch, and it's a full count. So Delman Young at first. Jose Lobaton, the switch hitting catcher, is on deck. Ryan Longerhans has backed up behind Young, and he'll be off on the pitch. There goes Young. Popped back over the screen and out of play. Well, you talk about salvaging a season. How about Delman Young? He was designated for assignment August 9th. Here he is playing with Tampa Bay in an opportunity to help his team go to the postseason. Ball 4. Just off the plate, down and away. So John Gibbons, there's the call to the bullpen, and he's not going to wait any longer. See if he can't get out of this inning. Tampa Bay has scored 3 runs on 4 hits. Todd Redmond gets 2 outs in his last start of the season. And a frustrating situation for Redmond, to be sure. John Gibbons has called for the bullpen. And Redmond reluctantly turns the ball over. Neil Wagner will come into the game when we come back to face Jose Lobaton. Tampa Bay up 3-0. Coming up right here on Sportsnet. On 1, the Indians will be in Minnesota to take on the Twins. That starts at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Ubaldo Jimenez against Scott Diamond. And then on 360 at 3 p.m., the Angels and Rangers. Jason Vargas coming off a 4-hit complete game last time out against Yu Darvish, who many people believe will be a contender for the Cy Young Award. Great baseball all afternoon right here on Sportsnet. Jose Lobaton goes after the first pitch and hits it high and deep to center. Goes his back, it's off the wall. 1 run is in. Joyce is right behind Young. Here's the throw to the plate, not in time. Matt Joyce scores all the way from first base. Lobaton drives in 2 with a deep double off the wall in center. And just like that, the Rays have a 5-0 lead.
You know, the Rays couldn't ask for a better first inning right there. 5 runs already. And get off to a multiple run start early in the game, take the pressure off. This is hunting fastball, first pitch. Lobaton, he has impressed me with his bat against the Blue Jays this year. He's impressed me with his catching ability. Comes a couple of feet short from hitting a 3-run homer, but will knock in 2 more big runs for Tampa.
Todd Redmond recorded just 2 outs. He's charged with 5 runs. Redmond, first inning runs through his first 13 starts, 2. Today he was charged with 5. Neil Wagner threw 1 pitch and gave up the 2-run double.
Now he's on his own. 35 games now for Wagner. Just back off of paternity leave. Congratulations. Had a baby girl. Went out to Arizona, now back the other day, and gets a chance to pitch here on the final day of the season.
Escobar drives it to center. Lobaton's around third. Here's the throw to the plate, and it's going to roll into home plate, and there's the return throw. Escobar is out, but they get another run. So they have a bat-around inning in the first. They score 6 runs on 6 hits and take a big lead early. inning today. Now let's take a look at the Blue Jays lineup. Top of the order, Jose Reyes. His last 22 games, he's hit .312, 29 for 93, 10 doubles, a homer, and 6 RBIs. He's been setting the table very effectively. And how about Ryan Goins? A 9-game hit streak, 333 over that stretch. He has hit a double, a homer, and driven in 5. What a way to finish up the season with a lengthy hitting streak, and they'll take on Matt Moore,
who Joe Madden, his manager, says he was effectively wild Tuesday night at Yankee Stadium versus New York. 6 walks, a career high 3 wild pitches in 5 innings, and oh yeah, he won the ball game. His 16th of the season, 2-0 with a 2.45 ERA in 2 starts versus the Blue Jays in his career.
Well, Tampa Bay has tightened up their defense dramatically from last year. Joyce is in left. De Jesus is in center. Will Myers, the rookie, in right. Evan Longoria, the Gold Glover, at third. Up the middle, it's Escobar and Zobrist. James Loney, a very good fielder, at first. And Jose Lobaton, the switch hitting catcher.
And the guy to lead him, right there, Evan Longoria. Just follow him today in these types of games.
He set the tone for the inning. Drove in the first run of the ball game. Actually, drove in the second run of the ball game with a double. Gave the Rays a little cushion. So here's the thing to look at with Matt Moore now. You mentioned how wild he was last time out. He's got a big lead, and let's just see how he can handle that big lead. Well, 6 walks last time out.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to do, obviously, is go up there and walk people. We all know that. But you don't want to say, okay, I've got a 6-0 lead. I'm going to try and guide the ball in there. Get out there and throw it. Be aggressive, and whatever happens, happens.
He's pitched well against the Blue Jays with a 3-1 record. There's a strike.
The last thing you want to do, I think, as a pitcher, when you have a big lead and you take the mound in the bottom of the first inning, you start, okay, I got to start making perfect pitches because I don't want to give up the lead. Just get out there and play.
Yeah, you really have to pitch the same game. Pitch as if it was 0-0. Try to get into the flow of the game. We all know that starting pitchers have problems early in a ball game, settling in, getting used to the mound, finding out the strike zone, commanding your pitches. So you've got to take it as if, okay, this is a tight ball game.
Yes. Yeah. And you're not trying to be perfect. You're just going to try and make good pitches.
Ball 4. Reyes takes the leadoff walk.
Let's look at the scouting report for the young left-hander for the Tampa Bay Rays. Matt Moore's got a terrific arm. Fastball 62% of the time, and it's 95, 96 miles an hour. He's better when he dials it back just a little bit. You'll get the curveball in the changeup from Matt Moore. This is his pitch usage, what he has done in 2013. A great arm. What he does at times is he throws too many pitches, and he's not around long enough because he's out of the ball game throwing too many pitches. 107 last time in 5 innings.
As a result of those 6 walks. Anthony Gose batting second against the lefty. He takes strike 1. Gose a .252 average. Ground ball. Loney steps on the bag, and now they've got Reyes in a rundown. Escobar will tag him out, and the Rays get a break. That ball gets by Loney. No telling where the base runners end up, but he is a good fielding first baseman.
Let's talk about the effect of James Loney over there at first base. On top of hitting .300, he is picking it. This is a huge play. He catches the ball and has the presence of mind to touch the bag while he does that to start this double play. Take that momentum and just put it right back in your dugout and do it with the glove. Those are the kind of plays you don't see in the box score.
Yep. He really made a nice play and erased the impact of that leadoff walk. Brett Lawrie, .251. Lawrie had a good game yesterday. Finished the ball game 2 for 3. Had a couple of walks, a couple of singles. Where's that good curveball? Matt Moore, one of 3 Rays pitchers to win 16 or more games. David Price has done it twice. James Shields, he too has won 16 or more twice. And now Matt Moore at 16-4.
Well, he's got such a fluid delivery. You can see that there's even more room for him to grow as a pitcher when he gets a little bit more consistent with his breaking ball, a little bit more consistent with his fastball command. And that is the big thing for him. Joe Maddon has talked about that in the past, about his ability to throw the fastball where he needs to.
Matt Moore was an all-star. He was selected to the team who replaced Yu Darvish, and it was his first all-star selection. He pitched the 5th inning and retired Carlos Gonzalez, Yadier Molina, and Troy Tulowitzki. 3 up, 3 down in his all-star inning. Down in the dirt. Full count to Brett Lawrie. We're going to find out just how much fight there is in the Blue Jays today. They're down 6-0, final game of the season. Moises Sierra is on deck. Everybody would like to finish up strong and come back and sweep the Rays. Ball 4. 2 walks in the inning for Matt Moore.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice. And by the 2014 Honda Odyssey, the world's first minivan with a built-in vacuum. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Beautiful afternoon in Rogers Center. Tampa Bay with a 6-0 lead. Moises Sierra. Sierra batting cleanup. 1 for 4 in the game yesterday. He struck out 3 times in that ball game. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. A reminder, fans, that in the 4th inning we'll be joined by the Vice President of Baseball Operations of the Toronto Blue Jays, Alex Anthopolos. He met with the media earlier this morning, and he will join us to talk about 2013 and what he has on his mind for the upcoming off season and into next year. So that's all coming up in the 4th inning. Tapped foul on an off-speed pitch.
Well, it looks like he has a very good breaking ball today, and he's throwing it in the strike zone. Fastball command is going to be a big part of who he is and where he goes from here in his development. Joe Maddon says when he throws it where he wants to and when he learns how to control it, he's going to be like David Price. I mean, he's that talented. Price can throw that fastball in any count at any time.
Bounce well in front of the plate. And there's another good example of how much Jose Lobaton has grown as a catcher. That ball was a couple of feet in front of home plate. He still had a good position to keep it in front of him.
He's caught 2 of the 3 games here. And this is about 3 or 4 times that he has given up his body just to keep that ball in front of him.
That's a tremendous boost for the pitcher's confidence to be able to bounce a ball and know that the runners aren't going to advance. Another off-speed pitch. Matt Moore has pitched very well on the road this year. This is his 16th road start. He's 9-1 with a 2.59 ERA. Very strong numbers pitching away from your home ballpark. He went 7-3 at Tropicana Field this year and had a 4.02 ERA. It's absolutely remarkable how the Rays have consistently developed frontline pitching. Yeah, I know they had a lot of high draft picks, but Matt Moore was an 8th round pick.
8th rounder. And, you know, it's one thing to develop pitching. It's one thing to develop frontline pitching. And they've done it. Alex Cobb was another one who wasn't a real high draft pick, like a 1st rounder, 2nd rounder. Jake McGee out of the bullpen. That's another one. Jeremy Hellickson.
Yeah, you can go all the way back to James Shields. He's now in Kansas City, of course, but he came up as a youngster through this organization. Matt Moore's winning percentage at 16-4 is .800. That ties him currently with David Price's club record when Price went 20-5 in 2010. Mark DeRosa is on deck. It's a full count. Another walk. That's 3 walks in the inning. Fans, the sneak peek is brought to you by BBM. Coming soon to iPhone and Android. Register at bbm.com.
It's the young Rays, the young guns, 25 and under. Chris Archer, we saw him yesterday. He's 25 years old. Alex Cobb, I think, is going to be an all-star. He's an outstanding pitcher. Matt Moore and Will Myers, just 22 years old. They've done a good job of collecting young players, developing them in their farm system, and bringing them here to the big leagues and having them in winning situations. It's a winning environment with Tampa.
Will Myers was acquired from the Kansas City Royals, but still they had the wherewithal to identify him as somebody that would fit into their program. And they had the depth in the pitching staff because of those other young pitchers that have developed, and they traded for Chris Archer as well. Archer was the starter in yesterday's game, lasted just 2 1/3. Came out of the game allowing 1 run on 5 hits. Mark DeRosa bats with 2 outs. DeRosa goes after the first pitch, looking for a good pitch to hit after the walk.
And he got one. Fastball middle in. Yeah, that's a testament to the type of stuff that Matt Moore has. I think he has to establish his fastball early. He has to be able to throw that over for a strike.
And then it comes with a changeup, and DeRosa is quickly behind 0-2. Tampa Bay has led in each of the first 2 games in this series, losing both of those games, but they didn't have a 6-0 lead.
Yeah, it was 1-0.
DeRosa strikes out. Jim Hickey went out and convinced Matt Moore to challenge the hitters. Blue Jays strand a pair. Tampa Bay leads at 6-0. The Indians are in Minnesota. That game starts in about 20 minutes on Sportsnet 1. And then on 360 at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the Angels and Rangers will play in that ball game. And there is a possibility of a 3-way tie on the final day of the season. The Indians have the upper hand. Rays and Rangers are dead flat tied. So if the Rangers and Rays tie at the end of play today, the tiebreaker will be played at 8:07 Eastern on Monday in Texas, because the Rangers have the edge in the head-to-head matchups. They won the series 4-3. So it's interesting, and there could be, for the first time in history, a 3-way tie for the playoff spots. The first tiebreaker would be played between the Indians and the Rays in Cleveland at 4:07 p.m. on Monday. Winner of that game would earn a wild card berth And then the loser would play against the host Rangers at 4:07 p.m. on Tuesday. And of course, you can see all those games should they happen on Sportsnet.
It's a long way from being decided, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that's just the wild card. That doesn't even get you into the ALDS.
There are a lot of options, and certainly Sportsnet will have all the playoff games. National League, American League, wild card, playoffs, ties. If they're going to play it, we'll have it for you. So make sure you check it out, and by the end of the day, we should have a much clearer picture of what's going to happen.
Well, the guy standing behind Joe Madden, that's David Price. He's ready for action today.
De Jesus.
Look at David. He's got
the markers and the highlighters and everything else. He's going to make moves. And I tell you, Joe Madden, he gets everybody involved. David Price, he's not pitched in this series. And, you know, I guess he's got two different sunglasses in case the sun really comes out or if it stays hazy like this.
He's holding it for somebody.
He is ready for anything. He's got highlighters, glasses, whatever it takes. Reyes, the shortstop, a high pop-up. De Jesus is retired. Well, the National League wild card is all set up. It'll take place Tuesday night. It all starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Cincinnati will be in Pittsburgh for the wild card game. One and done. Big matchup, and certainly Cincinnati had a chance to host that game, but they couldn't handle the Pirates in Cincinnati. So that'll be right here on Tuesday night.
All they had to do was win 2 out of 3, and they would have hosted that wild card game.
How important do you think home field advantage is in that one-game playoff?
I think it makes a big difference. I certainly would like to have the last at bat, and I'd like my home fans cheering for me and getting on the opposition. Boy, that last at bat is huge. I'd just like to have it. Wouldn't want to have to hit in the top of the inning and then in a tie score have to get walked off.
And obviously you play a game like that, one game, or win or go home. Will Myers got everything started with a 1-out double in the first. Myers, among American League rookies, ranks first with 52 RBIs, 21 doubles, and 34 extra base hits. That's entering today. I think he's going to win the Rookie of the Year award.
Yeah, he has been put in the middle of the lineup of a team that is fighting to get into the playoffs. And he has produced .295 batting average, 52 RBIs.
2-2. Strike 3 call. Wagner finds the outside corner. 2 down.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the 2014 Honda Odyssey, the world's first minivan with a built-in vacuum. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Beautiful September afternoon down at the shores of Lake Ontario. We're a couple blocks away here at Rogers Center. Good crowd on hand, certainly anxious for a Blue Jays comeback. They trail 6-0. James Loney, coming into the final game of the season, has built up a little cushion for himself.
.300787 coming into this game. That was his batting average, rounded off to 301. He got a hit his first time up, so he bumped it up to 302.
Yeah, that one hit probably took care of his 300 batting average. And obviously Loney's got bigger fish to fry than the batting average, but everybody wants to finish up.
Everybody does.
As a 300 hitter if you're well within range.
300 looks a lot better than 299 on the back of the baseball card.
And it's important for Loney. He's a free agent. And he's a good free agent. I think he's going to draw lots of interest. He's been a very solid player for his entire career, and this has really brought into focus his skills.
Yeah, not too many people can find a first baseman who can pick it the way he can and he can hit the way he can. On the subject of a 300 hitter, you don't hear agents or GMs saying, well, he's a 299 hitter. They say he's a 300 hitter.
That's a pretty good pitch on the inside corner. Paul Schreiber, the home plate umpire, has had a couple of Rays dispute his strike zone, but this is a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, you look at the pitch tracks, and the pitch tracks tells you that Paul Schreiber's right on it.
Full count, 2 outs. Broken bat liner to the third baseman. Neil Wagner retires the side in order. Tampa Bay with an early lead. The Toronto Blue Jays pay special tribute to the Canadian Forces today. They salute Captain Mark Timms. In 2007, Captain Timms deployed to Afghanistan working with the Kandahar Provincial Reconstruction Team for 7 months. He deployed to Afghanistan again in 2010 for 11 months with the 10th Mountain Division. Congratulations, Captain Timms, and thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. Mark Burley does a terrific job of presenting those jerseys to the Sunday Salute recipients.
Catches the first pitch. He's out there on Sunday afternoon with the jersey and does a little bit of everything.
Brian Longerhans playing at first base. Fouls it straight back right to Scotty Carson.
You got to make that catch.
He had it all the way.
It was right at you. You weren't looking. That's what they all say.
I believe that's the first one we've had up here, isn't it?
This year, yeah. Scotty's going to give it away.
Longerhans strikes right through it. 1-2.
So it can be done. There can be a ball hit right up in here.
It was right to Scotty. He called for it, but then moved out of the way. 1-2. Longerhans had a nice day yesterday. He walked in his first at bat, had a bunt single that started the rally in the fourth, had a base hit in the fifth. Had a good afternoon.
He looks good at first base. Fielding also smooth.
Moore strikes him out. 1 down. Fans, if you want your baseball questions answered by our team of experts, email asktheexperts@sportsnet.ca and keep your eye out for the Home Hardware Ask the Experts segment later on in the game. Remember, more baseball coming up, top of the hour, 2 o'clock, and you'll be joined by the Cleveland Indians Minnesota Twins game from Minneapolis. And then at 3 o'clock, you'll see the Angels at Texas. All those games have implications for the wild card berth, so make sure you check it out. You can see them all right here on Sportsnet. Lots of baseball action on a very busy final day of the 2013 season. Take a look at the matchups. In Minnesota, it'll be Ubaldo Jimenez for the Indians against Canadian Scott Diamond. He's going to the mound for the Twins, and Jimenez has really been throwing the ball well of late. Later on, it'll be Jason Vargas for the Angels against Yu Darvish. Two great pitching matchups, and obviously big ball games. Jason Vargas is coming off a 3-0 win over Oakland. He pitched a 4-hitter, complete game. And Yu Darvish, 13-9 for the season, is 6-1 for his career against the Angels. So obviously, they have a lot of high hopes.
How about Ubaldo Jimenez? He has just taken it to the next level, haven't he?
He's 12-9 with a 338 earned run average. And Sabia pops it back over the screen. It's out of play. Jimenez is a free agent. All of a sudden, he has put himself into a pretty good spot. He was a terrific pitcher a couple of years ago for Colorado. I mean, he was as good as anybody in the game.
Yep.
And then he regressed a little bit, and everybody wondered if he would ever get it back. Well, he's back.
Yeah, he got out of whack a little bit, his mechanics, and then Cleveland's pitching coach did a heck of a job with him.
Another pop-up.
But when Justin Masterson went down for Cleveland, their #1 starter with an oblique strain, Ubaldo Jimenez was the guy who took it to the next level and has been pitching like a #1 ever since.
Well, obviously he was in that role for a long time with the Rockies, so it wasn't a big adjustment. But his stuff is back.
Yep.
And that's the big thing.
Throwing strikes, getting that breaking ball over. There's nothing wrong with his stuff. It's always been great. It's always been a problem for him getting it into the strike zone consistently.
J. Pierre and Sebia. Foul tips it into the glove of Lobaton. That's 3 straight strikeouts for Matt Moore. He got DeRosa to end the first, gets Longerhans and Aaron Sebia to start the second.
Well, whatever Jim Hickey said to him when he went out there after the 3rd walk in the 1st inning, it's working. 3 straight strikeouts. This one foul tip right into the glove of Lobaton. It looks like it's, let's use the fastball changeup combination a little bit more.
2 pitches that you should have pretty good command with. There's a fastball strike. Ryan Goins, a 9-game hit streak. He's done a terrific job, batting .263. There's a breaking ball, not a very good one. They might go back to that fastball changeup. Goins is facing Matt Moore for the first time. It's a good test for him. Getting a tough left-hander to face on the final day of the season. There's a good pitch down and away. Goins is at .250 against lefty pitching this season. 10 for 40 with the home run.
Well, I tell you, he doesn't look intimidated against left-handed pitching. He might not have success, but he stays right in there.
Stays on that breaking ball. Big hop for Yunel Escobar. Easy inning for Matt Moore. A couple of strikeouts. The Blue Jays go quietly in their half of the second. We'll go to the 3rd. Tampa Bay 6-0 over the Jays. Jamie Campbell will take you to Minnesota, where the Indians will take on the Twins. Ubaldo Jimenez will face Scott Diamond, the Canadian, and that'll be in a few minutes. Jamie Campbell will take you there. We'll stay right here where we are with this ball game. Blue Jays trail Tampa Bay 6-0. Wagner entered the ball game with 2 outs in the first. He gave up a 2-run double and an RBI single, and then had a 1-2-3 second. Evan Longoria, as he's supposed to do, got a big hit in the first. Bouncing ball right at Reyes. Waits on it, takes his time. Longoria's retired, 1 down.
You know, you've heard that saying in baseball, Johnny Holstaff. On the last day of the regular season, I think today is a Johnny Holstaff day for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think first and foremost, you're going to see, the guys that have been here most of the year. You're going to see the big league guys. I don't think you could expect to see Drabek. Of course, he got hit on the ankle. But I think you're going to see the guys that have had an impact on the season all year long. The bullpen has been a real strength of the team. So John Gibbons has lots of options.
I like what he's doing, though. Like you said, the integrity of the game of baseball. And Todd Redmond got knocked out after 2/3 of an inning. You see Luis Perez now up. If it gets down to Matt Joyce, I'm sure that's the thought process here. So he's just going to left-hand, right-hand matchup all afternoon long.
Ball on the strike.
And if you're the Tampa Bay Rays, wouldn't you want it that way?
Yeah, you wouldn't expect anything less.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an interdivision rivalry, and the respect they have for one another is premier. So you got to make sure that you put the best team out there. And Joe Madden, like you say, he wouldn't expect anything less.
And the heartache that the Tampa Bay Rays have put on the Blue Jays over the last few years, I don't think the Blue Jays would play it any other way.
Wagner set. 1-2 pitch to Zobrist. Outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I just think that's the way everybody should play. Terry Ryan talked about the Twins and their responsibility playing against the Cleveland Indians. He said, we always feel that way, whether we're independent race or not. And Tom Kelly started that, and Ron Gardenhire has continued it. So the Twins expect to put up a big fight today and try to beat the Indians. Indians got a lot of momentum.
They've got a lot of momentum. How many in a row now have they won?
I believe they won 8 in a row now.
8 in a row.
And what a way to finish up your season.
9.
9 in a row.
9 in a row.
That is now 5 in a row retired by Neil Wagner. Zobrist strikes out looking. Texas Rangers, they've won 6 in a row. There's a good fastball that catches the outside corner. Zobrist knew it. So yeah, that's exactly what you want, and that's why the wild card teams have always had a lot of success in the postseason. Delman Young, 1 ball, no strikes. 2. Young had a base hit with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the first inning, drove in a run. He drove in Evan Longoria with the 3rd run of the inning. 3-0. Matt Joyce is on deck. He's a lefty batter. Luis Perez is ready in the bullpen. Young got the green light, 3-0.
Well, told you he's been swinging a hot bat for the Rays, and he can lose one very easily. He homered here the first night. So Joe Madden gives him the green light. See if he can get a quick one on the board.
Ball 4. A 2-out walk issued to Delman Young. And here's John Gibbons. We mentioned Luis Perez is ready. There's the call for the left-hander. Matt Joyce is the batter. Joyce, a left-handed hitter. And here comes Luis Perez. So the parade continues as the Blue Jays try to put up resistance against Tampa Bay. And open final as Minos Raonic takes on top-seeded Thomas Berdych. Sportsnet 1, 7:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Great tennis action, and you can see the replay right here on Sportsnet 1. Our new pitching change is Luis Perez appearing in just his 6th game of the season, and he's had some pretty impressive innings of work so far.
In the first time that the Rays have seen him in this series, he last worked on the 24th. That was at Baltimore, a very clean inning against the Orioles. There are his numbers, and I think Louis is going to fit into the bullpen next year in a very prominent role. Will probably take the place when Darren Oliver retires.
Darren Oliver has announced his retirement. He will back it up after a terrific career. He's in the bullpen, and the Blue Jays hope to honor him today. They've got a video tribute to Darren Oliver. They will show here on the scoreboard.
Well, the way this game is going, I'm sure he'll be pitching in it.
Matt Joyce walked and scored in the first. Big rip. Joyce hit a home run against the Yankees on Tuesday night. And it was interesting because he had been struggling so. He had had a 23-game stretch without a home run. Joe Madden put him in the leadoff spot. So just get up there and get on base. And wouldn't you know it, he had a home run.
Just change your thought process a little bit. Instead of trying to drive in a run, just try and get on base, see some pitches. Joe's been known to do that.
Joe's pretty good at putting his players in positions to succeed. And he uses kind of the distraction approach. Make Joyce think about getting on base. Bouncing ball to short. Big hop Perez. Strong throw in time. The inning is over. We'll move to the bottom of the 3rd. Blue Jays got to get something going with the bats. players and coaches and manager have come out onto the field to acknowledge the great support the fans have given them all year long. The Blue Jays have the second largest per season increase from last year to this year, only to the Dodgers. And the fans have been consistent in their support. They had high expectations just like the players, but the fans never wavered. Last night, 33,000, yesterday afternoon, 33,000 on hand and a bigger crowd. And earlier today at the Blue Jays garage sale, look at the people that have turned out with an opportunity to purchase game-used merchandise, Blue Jays memorabilia, and everything that is purchased here today will go in support of Jays Care Community Charity. And you just got to believe that the way this fan base has been so supportive that if the Blue Jays could put a winning product on the field, once again, this place would explode like it did in the late 80s, early 90s.
It'll go over. It will. Over 2.5 million fans have come through this season. And Blue Jays are thanking the fans this whole weekend with giveaways.
Well, and we have seen it from coast to coast all across North America, the way the Blue Jay fans travel. I mean, no matter if it's New York or Boston, Cleveland, Detroit, they're everywhere. And certainly Seattle. When the Blue Jays play in Seattle, it's like a home game. So you got to give credit to all those people that live out in Western Canada for their support. And this is truly Canada's team. And I think that's the one thing that the Blue Jays have to really continue to focus on, is the fact that this is the only team that is supported by an entire country.
That's why I am with you as that ball is grounded to first. I am with you that if they ever got a team that is challenging the last week of the regular season like Tampa's challenging, this place will go bananas.
Yeah, we saw that. You and I both saw that during the 92-93 seasons, how this place was a rock concert every night. People were lined up for hours to get into the place, and it was a party. And hopefully it'll get to that once again. And obviously Blue Jays have a lot of work to do. They have won 74 games. The Boston Red Sox have won 97. And that's what your sights have to be set on.
Well, we have a guy coming in here next inning that we'll have to ask him about that.
Alex Anthopolos will join us in the fourth inning to talk about this season, what went wrong, and the prospects of the offseason and how you fix it, how you get things turned around. Believe me, Pat, you and I both know it's not an easy fix.
No.
A lot of work to be done.
You know,
pitching
it never
staff is the first area of focus, but at the same time, I think you really got to address the defense. We have seen a difference in the way the club has played with the youngsters playing defensively. Bouncing ball up the middle. Zobrist has it, throws out Reyes. 2 down. Alex Anthopolos, I'm sure, has been pleased with the way the youngsters have played since they've come up from the minor leagues. Anthony Gose, Kevin Pillar, Ryan Goins, and Moises Sierra. They've all got a lot of opportunity to play, and they're all young.
They're getting the games to get in here against major league competition, and they're showing what they can do. Some can handle it, some can't. Some will get better, some won't. They'll just plateau. But they're getting a big-time view. 35, 40 games is a big view for players who are not on this team when the season started. That's a lot of games for them to get a judgment for next season.
Yeah, it sure is. And obviously, because of the injuries to the regulars, their opportunities presented themselves. Anthony Gose drills it to right field. One hop to Will Myers. A hard hit line drive single with 2 outs.
When he hits the ball, he's got great sound. You can just see it. He uses his hands. Fastball in, shorten it up, be able to get that barrel outside. And you can hear that tough, loud kaboom when his bat hits that baseball.
Yeah, there's a distinctive crack of the bat that hitters are well aware of. And you come back from an at bat and somebody will say, well, I just didn't get that. I didn't hit it hard. I didn't get any sound. That had plenty of sound. Anthony Gose, or you look at Matt Moore after that hit, looks at his fingers, and generally when a pitcher starts doing that, that's an indication that he might be feeling a hot spot, maybe even the beginnings of a blister. Ball and a strike. Boy, that's the last thing Tampa Bay needs. And you can see him wiping his hand to the side of his leg, suggesting maybe there's some blood on his pitching hand. What happens is the fingers, they go across those seams and create friction and heats it up to the point where it might create a blister. Bouncing ball towards second. Zobrist takes the big hop. Glory's retired. The inning is over. And we come back. It'll be the fourth. Alex Anthopolos, the Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations, will join us. Final game of the 2013 season, and we're pleased to be joined now by the Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations and General Manager Alex Anthopolos. Alex, first of all, thanks for your time. I know it's a busy day for you today.
Sure. No, we did media wrap up earlier, and that was about an hour and a half, and obviously here with you guys. Glad to be here.
Alex, obviously the first point of discussion is the disappointment of this season. Everybody went into the season hoping to be a contending ball club, and obviously that faded fast. First of all, let's start with the pitching. Obviously, the pitching didn't perform as you anticipated. How do you fix the pitching staff from this point forward?
Great question, and that's, like you said, that was, we felt coming into the year that was going to be a strong part of the club. We felt that 1 through 5 we were going to have a chance to win each night, and obviously it didn't work out that way. 3/5 of the rotation, whether it was Johnson, Morrow, and then the combination of Hap, Romero, health, performance, things like that didn't pan out for us. So the only mainstays have been R.A. and Mark Burley. And beyond that, we've had more candidates that have come in, and we have more volume than we did a year ago. But I think we're going to have to look to free agency, which is not always easy to do, and also trade. And also we're going to need some internal improvement as well. Brandon Morrow was so good for this club in 2012 and looked like he turned the corner. And with the injury he suffered, and that was really a big blow to us because we felt both him and Josh could really have a chance to make the All-Star team and be impact starters for us.
Discounting the injuries to the starters, let's stay with the starters. When did you say, you know what, I don't think we're good enough to win the American League East with this team?
I would say, obviously you're hopeful throughout the year. You go through peaks and valleys. Going into the last road trip to the All-Star break, I thought that was an important road trip, and going to Cleveland, going to Baltimore, and even the trip after we won the 11 games in a row, and we went to Tampa and Boston. I think our one loss was the same as Tampa going into that series. That was a tough road trip. Then going into that last road trip before the All-Star break, that was really tough. That's the first time it was just going to the break. We were 4 games under 500 and limped to the break. And finally, I think we played Tampa coming out of the break, and we played well, but we started blowing some leads in the 8th inning. And then with the LA Dodgers soon after, we blew some leads as well. And the bullpen had been so good for us, and we hadn't blown a lead, I think, after the 7th inning on, and we had done that. That's where it really started to truly fall apart for us, but it was going to be challenging. Once Josh had a hard time and then got hurt, and then Brandon got hurt, we knew we were going to have to try to mix and match and get through it. But that's probably the first time. After after the break, those first 2 series, the first time it really hit home that it's going to be really tough.
Alex, when you look at the candidates you have for the rotation next year, the internal candidates include Morrow, obviously. Then you have Ricky Romero, and you have Drew Hutchinson, and Kyle Drabeck, and Todd Redmond, and Jay Happ, and all of those guys. First of all, with Morrow, what makes you think that next year Morrow will be able to change what he's done over the last several years, because he hasn't had a complete year except for one season?
Correct. And, you know, the one season was 11 when he had 180 innings and really only truly put it together at the end of the season. And the encouraging part is that he carried it over into 2012, and he suffered the oblique injury. It was not an arm injury. So you felt like he finally turned the corner, because at the end of 11, going into 12, and even when he came back at the end of the season, he threw the ball very well for us. So you felt like he was finally over the hump there. I think from health is obviously going to be key for him. I don't know that he was ever right. He tried to battle through some things. We moved back his starts and give him a few more days, and I don't know that his forearm was ever feeling right. The medical staff feels like he should recover from this. But that being said, you don't know until he gets back on the mound, until we know for certain, and we'll know a little bit more in the next 2 or 3 weeks. But I think with things like that, all you can do is rely on your staff. And we know that when he is on that mound and he is right, he's as good a starter as you're going to find and as great a stuff as you're going to find. But you're right. We transitioned him to a starter, and he's been slowly building up with us. And last year was the oblique, but again, he did miss time, and now it's 2 years in a row that he's missed time. And that is a concern from a durability standpoint.
And now you don't even know until October whether or not there's the possibility of surgery to relieve that entrapped nerve.
Sure. And if he does, he should make a full recovery. But I think the biggest question, like you talked about, is can we get, other than in 11, we got a full year from him. And even, I guess, in 2010 as well, but we shut him down. We watched his innings. He made it through the entire year. That's obviously going to be a key, and that's, you see what RA and Mark have done. They've been mainstays in that rotation the entire year. Having 5 guys that we can count on night in and night out is a big part of this.
One way to improve your ball club is to improve your pitching and improve your defense. How much are you going to put an emphasis on finding defenders this winter?
I think very important. I think we saw how much of an impact it had early in the season, and you know, part of it obviously having Brett out and having Reyes out didn't help. Goins, from what we've seen, you can clearly, I mean, he swung the bat well, but you look at his minor league career, I don't know that we would expect a middle of the order bat or anything like that, but everything that he's brought defensively, how much it's helped those guys on the mound, not extending the innings and so on. Defense is going to be very important, especially how quickly our turf plays, and you see some of these teams that come in here and have a hard time on it, but defense will definitely be a focus for us, and we'll sacrifice on the offense to make sure we get the glove, because we do have some impact hitters.
Obviously, Melky Cabrera had the surgery to take care of the spinal tumor, but when we have seen Gose in left, or Pilar in left for that matter, the defense is much better. How are you going to sort out left field next spring in your mind?
Well, just like you said, I think a big part of it is how Melky does come back. Our doctors, when they found the tumor in his spine, said they were so surprised that he was even playing, because it was alarming to us. We did MRIs on his hips and his hamstrings and his legs, and he kept having weakness and soreness, but we couldn't find anything other than inflammation, and no one could explain it. And then finally finding that tumor, the doctor said it would have had a major impact on his ability to move around. And this is a guy that obviously wasn't a pure center fielder, but played center quite a bit, and we expected to get an above average corner outfielder at least with very good arm strength. So we'll see how he comes back. We expect him to be significantly better. But obviously guys like Pilar and Gose have options, and they can compete to make this club as well. But just like you said, defensively, they've added a lot for us.
Well, obviously, my background being a defensive catcher, I have concerns about J.P. Arancibia.
Sure.
How much is he going to grow? And can he grow into a leader defensively behind the plate on a contending club?
Now, he's had a rough year. I mean, I think he obviously would be the first one to say it. Throwing hasn't been as good as it was a year ago. He's thrown out, I think, 25%. The league average is 26, and last year was close to 30. I think the receiving has been solid. But the other parts of his game that's really regressed, even from an offensive standpoint, he's always had power. He's not going to walk much. He will strike out, and the batting average won't be that high, but it's really come down quite a bit from last year, and it's probably been the most alarming part about it. But there's no question, from a defensive standpoint, he can certainly make strides, and I think Salvasano's done a nice job with him since he's been here the 5 weeks or so.
What can the Blue Jays do to make him a better defensive catcher?
Well, he's committed to it, and he'll put in the work. I think having someone like Sal around, I think having a guy like Don Wakamatsu last year was a big help to him. and maybe not having someone around on a day-to-day basis definitely didn't help him from a development standpoint. That certainly doesn't explain, from an offensive standpoint, the challenges he's had there, because obviously Dwayne Murphy was the hitting coach last year. JP has a great relationship with Chad Mottola. I don't think it's an area there, and it's probably been the most surprising part of his game that's really fallen off. And, I have every confidence offensively he'll be back to that 700 to 720 OPS guy. But for JP, like a lot of our other players, has a lot of room to improve. But it's been a really hard year for him, and when you do have a hard time, at times it just all parts of your game get impacted.
Let's talk about a real strength of your ball club, the bullpen. You've got obviously plenty of arms down there, and you did a terrific job of turning it around to a power bullpen. And that's really important in the East because there's so many good lineups that grind at bats and make outs that produce runs. How do you handle the depth in your bullpen now? Because you've got Santos and Delabar and Wagner and Jansen, all right-handers, and then a host of left-handers that can compete in this division.
Sure, and I think it's the depth of our bullpen is a strength of as much quality as there is there. I learned this a few years ago, is you can have 2 or 3 really good relievers, but you really need 5 to 7, especially if you plan on contending the games that you're down a run or 2. You want to be able to have some guys that can keep the game close. So I think we have enough depth to make a trade if we need to, but it's the type of strength we're going to try to keep intact.
So, without giving away secrets, is it a possibility that you might trade some offense and some of your depth in the bullpen for defense, starting pitching and defense?
I think definitely could happen. I think we'll be open to anything, but there's no question the rotation has to be improved. That starts there. And I think we have some depth in the bullpen to make some moves there. I think we can do some things on the position player front as well, if that helps us add to the rotation and improve the club that way. So definitely we'll be open-minded to doing both of those things.
Should the fans be surprised this offseason if they see a fixture in this organization, a Jose Reyes, Casey Jansen, Edwin Encarnacion traded to improve the ball club?
I wouldn't expect it, and it's not something that we're going into the offseason. You don't want to take away guys that have been a strength for your team. Obviously, Jansen's done a great job in the 9th inning. Reyes is a dynamic player, and Encarnacion and so on. They're all great players. At the same time, I don't think with the improvements we need to make, we have to be open-minded to anything. So by no means are we going to shop any of our mainstays. But again, if someone wants to ask, we have to be open-minded and hear what they have to say. And it's the old adage, if you can make your ball club better, you might have to make a tough choice.
You had the turnover last winter with the big trades with the Marlins and Houston towards the end of last season and the Mets, and there was a high turnover, and it took a while for this team to really gel together. Do you anticipate another winter like that? Or do you say, you know what, all we need to do is to do this, this, and this, and if we do that, I think we'll be fine?
Yeah, I definitely don't anticipate something like that. We didn't go into the winter planning those type of changes. I mean, we knew we needed to make changes and try to improve in the rotation. Obviously, the Marlins deal came together. We had no idea something like that would have been out there, but I think we're in a different place because we've got some contractual commitments, guys, that we want to build around and add to. So we can look at now, we have short, third. Ryan Goins has done a nice job, maybe bringing some competition for him, unless a mainstay, everyday type at second base emerges, trade-wise or free agency-wise. He's going to have every chance to potentially win that job. And we have some other guys, obviously, with Batista and Colby and Cabrera that are in there. I think, again, the focus will be on the rotation, and then we'll work our way down from there. And if other things develop, we'll look to do that. But the focus really will be the rotation.
You've got some deadlines to meet. Options of players, Lynn first and foremost. Then you have the possibility of arbitration with Cecil and Rasmus and Aaron Sebia. How do you approach those, and what kind of time frame are you looking at to address those issues?
Well, the month of October, we're really going to get started and call all the clubs that are not in the playoffs. And just get a sense from the other GMs who might be available, what they might look to do, get a jump start to see where we might have fits from that standpoint. We've already spent quite a bit of time on some of the free agents. So we're prepared from that front. We've ranked all of them, gone through them. We're getting our final looks in terms of scouting those guys. But we'll have a much better sense of the landscape in the next 2 or 3 weeks after talking to the other 20 teams or so and seeing who might be available and who might be a fit for us. And then beyond that, once 3 days after the World Series, we'll make the decisions on the options for guys like Jansen and Lind and Mark DeRosa and so on. and we'll go from there from a timeline.
With the Japanese free agent, Masahiro Tanaka, I saw him pitch. I'm sure you've seen him pitch,
Sure.
and he looks like a guy that could translate to be very effective in the major leagues. Are the Blue Jays in a position to get involved with Tanaka?
I think we are, and like you said, everyone's seen him, did a good job at the World Baseball Classic. We've certainly gone over there and scouted him, and he's going to be highly sought after, as he should be. Very talented guy. He would definitely be in a position to do something. Ultimately, it comes down to a post and how all that works out. But he's someone that is definitely going to be one of the impact starters.
And that ball bangs off the wall, and Escobar comes all the way around to score. Alex, we can't thank you enough for your time. I know it's been a busy day for you, and it's been a trying season, I'm sure.
Sure.
And we want to thank you for your time and wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
Hopefully you have a very productive offseason once again.
We hope so.
I know the fans want to know if Kawasaki's coming back because they love him. Sure. And I don't want to put you on the spot again.
We're going to look to keep him in the organization one way or the other. That may be, we have an option on him, but he could certainly be a guy that comes back as a minor league free agent as well. But we'll definitely look to bring him back if we can.
Yeah, he's been very
awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
He's been great.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Alex.
guys.
And all
Thanks,
the
Alex.
best. That's Alex Anthopolos, the Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations and General Manager of the Blue Jays, and he was very gracious in informing us of his thoughts. Will Myers with the RBI double over the glove of Kevin Pillar in left. It is 7-0 Tampa.
Well, Pillar gets back to the wall, and then I think he gets surprised as he reaches up to make the catch. Bam! He rams into the wall, and that upset his timing just a little bit.
You got to do a better job of finding the wall, knowing where you're at, because that was a catchable ball. Wasn't that far above his glove, but he got surprised when he banged into the wall. So Myers has had a couple of doubles here today. Scored a run, driven in a run. Chad Jenkins is the pitcher. Came on in relief of Luis Perez. Off-speed pitch, bounced up the middle. Goins near second, makes a good throw to end the inning. But the Rays add another run. They've taken a 7-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth. The 2013 season on Sportsnet 1. You can watch the Cleveland Indians in Minnesota taking on the Twins, and Cleveland has a 2-0 lead already. They've scored once again in the first inning.
Wow, we talked about that yesterday.
4 times this month they've scored 4 runs in the first inning. Today they scored 2 in the first. Later on, top of the hour at 3 o'clock Eastern, the Rangers will host the Angels. And obviously, if the Indians win, their position as the first wild card is secure. Then, if the Rays win and the Rangers win, there will be a playoff game for that second wild card berth, and then those 2 teams will meet on Wednesday. The winner of the playoff between the Rangers and the Rays would meet the Indians. Moises Sierra lifts a pop-up down the right side. Zobrist, the second baseman, runs over and makes the catch. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Ubaldo Jimenez, the starter, as we mentioned, for Cleveland. How about the veterans, Nick Swisher and Jason Giambi, bringing some character to that ball club?
Veteran leadership has been huge in the month of September for the Indians.
Yeah, there's leadership that you can talk about in the clubhouse, on the field, demeanor, personality, effort. But boy, there's leadership at the plate. And both Giambi and Swisher have done that.
You know why? Because they want to be in that situation. They want to be the guy to come up with the big base hit. Can't shy away from those situations. You got to embrace it. You got to love it. You got to love having that pressure on you.
Ball on the strike. Mark DeRosa has been a nice addition, and obviously he's a utility player. He's a role player. He doesn't have the clout of an everyday player. Boy, he's got the right mindset, and certainly has added an awful lot with his character to this ball club. But when you're trying to build a contender, how much stock can you put in character when you need to have improved defense, better talent, better pitching? I mean, obviously you and I work with this team all the time, and both of us, I think, would love to see Mark DeRosa back in a position where the Blue Jays were a contending team, and he would have even more of an impact on a club that was in contention.
He's a pro, and he brings it every day. He understands the team concept, what it means to win, and how you bring it every day. I mean, there's days you don't feel like playing, but you got to figure out a way to try and win that day's game.
And we heard it from the Boston Red Sox. We talked to many of their players when we were most recently at Fenway Park. And the one thing they always talked about when they tried to characterize their team, said, we're baseball rats. We're baseball junkies. All we talk about is baseball. And you need that. In this day and age, there's so many distractions that can deter you from the job at hand. A little flare into center. De Jesus got a bad break, and it's going to fall. David De Jesus played the big swing. DeRosa got jammed and ends up with a little Texas League single.
How many times have you seen that in baseball, where that guy takes the full swing and hits it off the end of the bat? Watch the center fielder, De Jesus. He breaks back, turns sideways, takes a couple of steps back, and by that time it's way too late. The big swing right off the end of the bat, and DeRosa's got a base hit.
Corner outfielders will be hollering in, but the center fielder reacts to that swing and thought the ball came off the bat much better than it did. So DeRosa has a single. Brian Longerhans struck out his first time up. Longerhans played most of the season in AAA Buffalo. He was let go in June and then went and played for an independent league team in Sugar Land, Texas. Hits this ball hard.
Well, he opened up his hips on that one, didn't he? Looking for that pitch on the inner half. Doing some damage. Got a little bit too quick.
Longerhans was with the Blue Jays in spring training. He was brought in to add some depth. Ended up playing in AAA. Longerhans is 33 years old, so you wouldn't expect that he would have a big role in the ball club next year. Originally drafted by the Atlanta Braves. He came to the Braves in 2002 just for one
at bat.
He got up to the Braves full time in 2005. Spent 5 seasons in Atlanta. High fly ball to left. Joyce hustling back in front of the warning track and makes the catch. 1 down. Alex Anthopolos was with us during the 4th inning, and we talked an awful lot about the team and the defense, and in particular in J.P. Arancibia. And Pat, correct me if I'm wrong, but Alex believes that there's obviously more upside offensively, but he too thinks that Arancibia can grow as a defensive player. It's difficult for a player, this is his 3rd full season now, to really get into the flow of the calling of games and pitch handling and blocking, all those things that are valuable for a catcher. He rolls this one to short. Arancibia is retired on the force out. We'll go to the 5th. Tampa Bay leads at 7-0. Now for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry broadcast studio. Given a video tribute to his outstanding career. He came outside onto the field out of the bullpen. The crowd acknowledged the video on the board and Darren's presence on the warning track. A terrific career, and the Blue Jays want to congratulate him for an outstanding career. He's been a big part of this organization to wrap up his career.
Great season.
Darren Oliver will retire, and you can see the respect he has among his teammates.
Class. I mean, that's what he has after all this time. He said it's time to get back to the house and be with the family. It's been a long and illustrious career. Anytime a guy plays 20 years in the big leagues, it's a special career.
118 wins, and Darren's 42 years old. He played 10 years with the Texas Rangers and played in both leagues for a long time, served as a starter and a reliever throughout his great career. New pitcher for the Blue Jays will be the hard-throwing right-hander, Jeremy Jeffress.
Well, you talk about young players who have taken the next step. This is one of them right here. We have watched him from spring training this year to right now take a big step. He's lowered his arm angle, he's throwing more strikes, and he's got a big league arm. A very interesting case for the Blue Jays to think about this winter.
Evan Longoria takes one upstairs. Jeffress pitched in the Orioles series in Baltimore, and a longtime scout that I've known forever told me after his appearance it was the best sinking fastball he'd seen all season. 96, 97 miles an hour.
With outstanding movement on it. There's 97. It looks like it's at the top of the strike zone. He got 5 outs in that series in Baltimore, 3 of them strikeouts.
There you can see the late movement at 96, and there's not a hitter in the world that's comfortable facing that kind of arm. What he needs to do is just trust it, shoot for the big part of the plate, and let the movement take it to the corners.
You know, once he starts doing that with his fastball and finding that release point and finding that ability to throw it at any time for a strike, he's all over the strike zone. He's just not getting the call right now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's going to take a while, too, because he was such a scattergun pitcher where he wasn't close. But now he's starting to zero in. The umpires are going to pick up on that, too. That last pitch was 98 miles an hour. Another 98-mile-an-hour hitter, and I'm telling you, if he gets to the point where he can throw that ball down the middle, it'll never be down the middle. It'll be working to both sides of the plate.
Both sides, and it's going to be hard for the hitter to barrel that ball up. You know, once he starts getting that, if he can start spinning the ball, watch out.
Full count. Hit on the ground right to the second baseman. One down. The 2014 schedule is out, and with that, the season tickets are on sale. As a Blue Jays season ticket holder, you'll always get the best tickets for the best seats at the best price. You'll be invited to exclusive events and receive special club benefits. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234. To order your season tickets or to log online to BlueJays.com and order your 2014 season tickets.
And guess who's coming to town next year for an interleague play? The Cubbies.
How about that? The Chicago Cubs. Team you don't get to see very often. Be right here at Rogers Center. Yankees will open up the home half of the 2014 schedule. When you look at the schedule ahead, Blue Jays will open up on the 31st of March in Tampa Bay against this same Rays ball club, a 4-game series to start the season. Then they come home, a weekend series, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, April 4th, 5th, and 6th, the New York Yankees. And I can guarantee you, it's going to be the new New York Yankees.
New closer, new third baseman, a couple of new starters. Yeah, we get the Yankees a couple of times over the weekend.
How about Andy Pettitte?
How about that?
You talk about the baseball gods. Pettitte, of course, was involved in taking Mariano Rivera out of the game the last game at Yankee Stadium. But he made his final appearance as a starter in his hometown, Houston, and threw a complete game.
Complete game. How about that?
That's awesome.
Against his former team.
And he gets to walk off the field with his ball club for a final time. I mean, there can't be anything better than that. And he improved his record to 11-11.
And did you see Mariano said that's it? I can't improve on what happened the other day at Yankee Stadium, and I'm finished.
And good for him. You know, why would you go out there and diminish the impact of that final moment at Yankee Stadium?
I agree.
That was terrific.
It's one of the best things that we've ever seen in this game.
Andy Pettitte finishes his career never having a sub-500 season.
When he got to 11-11, huh?
Yep.
Never had a losing season. Good for him.
2-2.
Just to finish up on the season next year, the 2014 season, the Cardinals come to town also in interleague play. We get to see them over the weekend in the 1st of June, and the Phillies get to come to town. Milwaukee Brewers are going to be here.
I think there are going to be a lot of changes, not only to the players and the rosters, but to the coaching staffs and some managerial positions. A little weak tapper back to the mound. Zobrist is retired. 2 up, 2 down for Jeremy Jeffress. Well, let's look ahead to that schedule for next year. If you're considering buying your season tickets, there the opener. March 31st through April 3rd will be at St. Petersburg, take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Come home to take on the Yankees, and then Houston. The Astros will be right here at Rogers Center, and then we will go on the road, Baltimore and Minnesota. Interesting start to the season.
You know what we might have to do is get some of those toques that they're giving out today, because April in Minnesota is never very fun.
Baltimore and Minnesota, big goal.
Pack those away for next year.
Beautiful toques given away here. And how about Jeremy Jeffress? Couple of ground ball outs, and he is ahead of Delman Young. That is a very cool looking two.
How could we score some of those?
Oh, you got connections. Delman Young drives it into center. That'll get down for a base hit. An 0-2 base hit with 2 outs for Delman Young. He's been on base 3 times this afternoon. Couple of singles and a walk. He drove in a run and scored a run in the first.
Well, you never question Joe Madden when you put a guy in the lineup. He has his reasons. He goes over all the matchups. They had a right-hander starting, so he starts a right-handed hitting DH, and he's on 3 times. Thought for sure like a Kelly Johnson or a Luke Scott, somebody like that, a left-hander, would have been in the lineup today.
2 outs. Matt Joyce 0 for 1 with a walk. The Detroit Tigers have won the Central. They are finishing up their season in Miami, and Jim Leyland was very vocal about thinking that was ridiculous to wrap up their season heading into the postseason playing a National League team. And he's going to be a little bit further upset right now. Henderson Alvarez, the former Blue Jay, is not allowed a hit to the Tigers through 7 innings. How about that?
What's my first thought of that? What's their lineup?
Yeah.
You know, who are they throwing out there? They throwing out the Bomber squad last day of the regular season.
Bear with me, Mr. Tavern.
Ask and you shall receive.
It's 0-0. Don Kelly's leading off. Andy Dirks, Fielder's in the lineup. He has since been removed. Johnny Peralta starting in left. He's now playing shortstop. Yeah, it's the bomb squad. The extra men.
No Cabrera.
No. One and two. Cut on and missed. Good inning for Jeremy Jeffress. Strikes out a batter, gives up a single and nothing more. Henderson Alvarez, as Jamie mentioned, 3 strikeouts, no walks. They did have a batter reach, or the Tigers. Danny Echeverria committed an error, so it's not a perfect game. Justin Verlander started, went 6 innings and struck out 10. Take a look at the wild card standings, and you notice the scores are at the bottom of your screen. Cleveland is up 2-0, top of the 3rd. LA and Texas, they will start things off at 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is Jason Vargas going to the mound for the Angels, opposed by Yu Darvish, a terrific pitching matchup. on Sportsnet 1 and Sportsnet 360, so make sure you check it out. Ryan Goins takes one inside. Bottom of the 5th inning, 7-0 Tampa Bay. Ball on a strike. So many different ramifications involved. Possibility of a 3-team playoff, 2-team playoff. No matter what Tampa Bay does, Texas has to do the same. Will Myers back on the warning track, hauls it in. Goins is retired. So if Tampa Bay wins, Texas has to win. And then they would have a playoff game tomorrow afternoon in Texas.
And so does Cleveland, I think, because they're already in, but
yeah,
they want to be able to host that wild card one-and-done game. Gosh, if there's a 3-team tie, then it really gets complicated. But it's great for baseball. This is exactly what I think Bud Selig wanted right here.
Yeah, if there is a 3-team tie, if the Rays win, Cleveland loses, Texas wins, it would be a 3-way tie. The Rays would be in Cleveland, take on the Indians Monday at 4:07. The loser would then go to Texas and play on Tuesday at 4:07. And then the wild card game would be Wednesday. So they would have no off days if there's a 3-way tie. Top of the hour, Yu Darvish will go to the mound for the Rangers against the Angels. Joe Nathan struck out Howie Kendrick to end the ball game in the rain yesterday afternoon. There's a high fly ball into center. DeJesus back. That ball is carrying a bit on him. He makes the catch there, 2 outs.
You're being kind, calling it rain.
Yeah.
That wasn't rain yesterday.
It was a gully washer. And that's why they started the game early. It was supposed to be a night game. They started it at 11 a.m. local time. And they were fortunate they did. What did they say about the possibility of the game ending if it wasn't a strikeout?
Well, Joe Nathan was talking about that after the game yesterday. He said if Kendrick hit a pop-up, that would have been adventurous. It was raining so hard that he wasn't sure the outfielders could have seen the ball. And if a ground ball, he wasn't real sure the ball could have got to the infielders because the field was underwater. When you looked at it, it looked like the field was underwater. He said, I needed a strikeout. And he got it, ended the ball game, and it was pouring at the end of that game.
Jeremy Helix and Alex Cobb, 2 of the 5 starters in this Rays rotation. Cobb's had a terrific season. And of course, Cobb, like Jay Happ, was hitting the head on a line drive comebacker. And he's come back throwing the ball very well.
They have it set up, Tampa Bay Rays. They have their 1 and 2 starters. They held them back in case they get into a wild card or a wild card game.
I don't know what happened to that ball, but Lowenthal looked like he just boxed it up. David Price is their ace, obviously the reigning Cy Young Award winner. And he looks like he's ready to do anything. He can order pizza with those pens. He can make pitching changes. He can cross out the extra men. He's all set.
I think he's a coach today. That's what he looks like today. This whole series has been standing by Jim Hickey.
Yeah, he's been handling the phone for calls down to the bullpen. Well, what a great teammate.
Yeah.
He is there for everybody. Full count, 2 outs. Reyes swings and hits it hard, but right to Longoria. Across the diamond to Loney. The inning is over. We'll go to the 6th, and here comes the Home Hardware Cleanup Crew, brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. Twins. It's on right now, and the Indians have an early lead. And in a few minutes on Sportsnet 360, you can watch the Angels and Rangers. Obviously, both those games have playoff implications, and the Indians with a win will secure the top seed in the wild card game. The Rangers need to win. If the Rays hold on for this win, and then they would play a playoff game on Monday. I think this is a very significant outing for Jeremy Jeffress. There are the standings as we see. Cleveland has a 2-0 lead, bottom of the third. LA and Texas just minutes away from starting that game. Buying for Jeremy Jeffress to put his season to bed with a good outing today. 2, maybe even 3 innings.
Why not? See what you have there. There has been some talk of him possibly starting. You know, they're looking for candidates to be a starter. Why don't you stretch him out, see what you have?
What's wrong with that pitch?
I don't know. He's got such movement. You can't give up on that ball. You know what else you do as a young player when you play in these types of games? I want to make an impression to the front office. I want to leave that positive impression, so when they have those winter meetings and they go, well, remember Jeremy Jeffress that last game? He was pretty good. We might be able to deal so-and-so if we have a chance to get this guy. I think Jay Happ did that yesterday.
Wow, what a fastball that was. He blows away Jose Lobaton. Second strikeout for Jeffress since coming into the game.
What was Joe Madden telling us before the ball game about the Blue Jays bullpen now?
Yeah, that was a great point. Joe Madden was adamant. He said, I have to have a lead early because I don't like the prospects of coming back against the Blue Jays bullpen. He has tremendous respect for the arms down in the Jays pen. He said, we need to score early, and boy, did they ever. 6 runs in the first. But the Jays have the components for a shutdown bullpen next year.
I think they have the attention of everybody in the American League right now. The way that they bring some fire out of that bullpen, power arms. And Alex Anthopolos' phone might be busy if people are looking for some bullpen depth.
Breaking ball got away from Jeffress, and you can hear the crowd react. Yunel Escobar had to bail out in a hurry. Of course, he played here for 2.5 seasons.
Breaking ball. There's the inconsistencies that you see right there. That one came out of his hand a little bit too quick.
Tough to hit that one after you have to hit the dirt.
Yeah, tough to keep that front shoulder in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or try and hit that outside pitch.
2-1. Late on a fastball, and it goes into the second neck. We're in the 6th inning, and this game took a Rays flavor early on. 6 runs in the first as they pounded out 6 runs on 6 hits. Todd Redmond, the starter, I'm sure disappointed 2/3 of an inning. John Gibbons pulled the plug early and went to Neil Wagner, and Wagner gave up a first pitch 2-run double to Jose Lobaton.
3 doubles in that first inning by the Rays.
Nice play by Longerhans. 2 down.
They also had a couple of singles, 3 singles and a walk to get their 6 runs. And that's what we were talking about in the first inning. Take the stress off where every pitch isn't the 7th game of the World Series.
Boy, did they ever. They made it a laugher in the first inning, and after that, Matt Moore, despite battling his control early in the game, he had 3 walks in the first inning. And since then, he's settled down nicely. Blue Jays have mustered just 2 hits. David DeJesus, the leadoff man here this afternoon. 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Fly ball to left. Pilar moving back makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down for Jeffers in the 6th. Certainly, what a way to finish up a season. Henderson Alvarez, the former Blue Jay. And go to the bottom of the 9th. Justin Ruggiano has grounded out to Johnny Peralta at short. So there's 1 down in the bottom of the 9th in the scoreless game.
Let's go, somebody. Score a run for the kid. Man, that's a no-no.
Anthony Gose singled last time up against Matt Moore. Good breaking ball. Joe Madden, I'm sure, is going to go as long as he can with Matt Moore. You don't know who you're going to play tomorrow, and you don't know if you have to play tomorrow. You see Darren Oliver, who was honored with a video tribute early in the game, now starting to loosen up. But I think Joe Madden has to keep his arms and his bullpen as fresh as possible.
That's why a 7-0 lead is so good for him. That's why I talked about that earlier. It just takes the pressure off. It helps him set up his rotation. It helps him set up his bullpen. It just gives everything, makes it a lot easier.
There is the possibility of the Rays having to play 3 straight games after the regular season. Changeup, and goes strikes out. 1 down.
Well, a lot of pitches early in the game for Matt Moore, so he's in the mid-80s right now.
Now you can see Matt talking to Jim Hickey about their position where they are, and Hickey seems to be very relaxed, not too concerned right now.
They do have pitch counts, and they do watch their young players. Here's a little bit higher. They're up to about 110 is what they usually call the cutoff point for the young pitchers in a game.
Well, and you have to remember, too, that Matt Moore missed over a month with elbow problems.
It would probably help if he got a couple of those borderline pitches right there to make things a little bit easier. That first pitch to Brett Lawrie looked like it curved in there and did not get the call.
Brett Lawrie has walked and grounded out. A reminder, the Indians and Twins are on Sportsnet 1, and now on Sportsnet 360 you can see the Angels and the Texas Rangers. All three of these games have playoff implications. But Laurie skips one off the mound into center field. Matt Moore is a 22-year-old in 2011, opened up the postseason for the Tampa Bay Rays.
And he was an unknown quantity for them. He came out of the minor league system. He got some starts late in the season. The Texas Rangers didn't know anything about him. You can see those pitches all over the place. Great fastball, changeup, and a curveball. Had an outstanding finish to his season and did a great job in the playoffs. But an unknown player, they just didn't have any information on him.
He made his first major league start on September 22nd that year. And then on September 30th in Texas, he opened up the ALDS with a strong performance in game 1.
Big strikeout games, too, when he first came up.
He became the youngest pitcher ever to win a postseason opener for his team. Sierra has a base hit to right. Laurie will stop at second. That should get the bullpen stirring a little bit for Tampa Bay.
Moises Sierra looks like he can handle that breaking ball. A pretty decent pitch right there from Matt Moore, but he stayed back and just shot it the other way.
Well, you saw Jim Hickey hang up the phone. He has made the call to the bullpen, and they're starting to move around down in the right field bullpen. Angels and Rangers on now. Yu Darvish against Jason Vargas. That's the pitching matchup. First and second. Blue Jays down by 7. Mark DeRosa takes one inside. DeRosa drives it deep, and that's going to get down and go all the way to the wall. Flores in to score. Right behind him is Sierra, and Mark DeRosa has put the Jays on the board.
How about Mark DeRosa? He loves playing in these kind of games that mean something. Fastball squares it up and smokes it into the gap into left center field. 2 runs will score, and now Moore have been cruising in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning. Do you think Joe Maddon is starting to think about that game that got away from him down in Tampa when he had the big lead in the Mark Burley game? The Blue Jays came all the way back. Mark DeRosa had a big hit in that game.
Yeah, I'm sure that Joe Maddon is not going to let this thing gather any momentum. He's going to try to do whatever he can. He's got Jake McGee lumbering up. Big left-hander. Mark DeRosa has a pair of hits this afternoon. He now has 49 hits for the season. And those 49 hits have driven in 36 runs. Pretty productive season for Mark DeRosa.
It's going to be a TV star next week.
Going to do the playoffs for TBS in studio. So make sure you check that out. 1 out. Brian Longhorns. Blue Jays don't have many options to pinch hit, obviously. They have the short bench as the injuries have cut into their depth. This is a base hit to right. So they're going to hold up DeRosa, and Longhorns gets a base hit. That's 4 straight hits, and that might be it for Matt Moore. J.P. Aronsebi has got home run power, of course. They're checking on the status of McGee, and Joe Maddon wants the catcher to go talk to the pitcher to buy McGee a little more time.
Just a little bit more so the reliever can get himself ready.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. And Joe Madden, after the catcher went to the mound, has come out of the Rays dugout. He has made the call to the bullpen. Matt Moore will turn things over. He's in line for his 17th win of the season. Blue Jays have 2 in already. Jake McGee in to face Aaron Sebia when we come back. The NFL will be here on Sportsnet. The Philadelphia Eagles will be in Denver, take on Peyton Manning and the Broncos. Dallas Cowboys in San Diego to play the Chargers. It all happens today at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Sportsnet and City. Check out the NFL. Big Sunday in sports, obviously. NFL Sunday and the last game, last day of the regular season for the baseball schedule. Left-hander Jake McGee into the ballgame in relief of Matt Moore. Blue Jays have 4 consecutive hits this inning. First and third, 1 out. Jake McGee making his 71st appearance of the season.
That's 3rd most in the American League among AL lefties. He's got a great fastball, hard breaking ball, strikeout pitcher.
Aaron Sebia goes after the first pitch and hits it deep to right. Tagging at third is DeRosa. The throw will go to second. Aaron Sebia credited with a sac fly. It's a 7-3 ball game.
Boy, hasn't this turned around quickly for Tampa Bay?
In the matter of 5 hitters, Aaron Sebia picks up the sac fly, his 55th RBI. We mentioned a great crowd on hand here this afternoon, 44,551. That pushes the season total to 2,537,562. An average of 31,328. That's a 20.8% increase over last year. So we had talked about the fans and how consistent they have been in their support of this ball club, and again they have turned out very well here on the final day of the season. Bouncing ball. This should end the inning. Big hop for Zobrist. Goins is thrown out, but the Blue Jays get on the board. They've made it interesting. It's 7-3 as we head to the top of the 7th. the end of the ball game moments ago, the crowd on their feet to acknowledge a terrific major league career of the veteran left-hander, 42 years old, and some of his teammates stopped by and whisper encouragement to Oliver as he took the mound to start this inning. 20-year major league career coming to an end here this afternoon at Rogers Center.
For the final time, he gets to take the bump in a meaningful game. Trying to keep Tampa from advancing. There are Oliver's numbers. 50 games now for Darren Oliver.
Oliver started out in the Texas Rangers organization. Made it to the big leagues for the first time in '93. Became a starter for Texas in '96. Won 14 games his first full season as a starter. And he started throughout most of his career. Moved to the bullpen with the Marlins in '04. Then became a big part of the Mets team in '06. Played in the postseason 7 years.
That's the thing that's impressive, that he has been in the postseason. He and Mark DeRosa many times. And you just draw on those guys, try to learn about the game and how to win.
Oliver was in the World Series twice with Texas in 2010 and 11. And the one thing that was missing from his illustrious career, that World Series ring.
And you ask him his biggest disappointment in the game of baseball, Game 6.
And he gets a strikeout to start the 7th. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Boy, what a great way to close out your season. Henderson Alvarez 5-6 on the season with a .359 ERA. Put a bow on this season with a no-hitter on the final day of the season against the Detroit Tigers. And he can always say that he pitched his no-hitter against Justin Verlander.
You're right, and the Tigers, great Tiger team.
James Loney pops up. Kevin Pillar, left fielder, makes the grab. 2 down for Oliver. A reminder, the Indians and Twins are on Sportsnet 1 as we speak. And that ball game certainly has implications in the postseason picture. Cleveland currently leads 2-0. Minnesota has 1 hit as they head to the bottom of the 5th. Evan Longoria got a big hit in the first inning. The Rays put up a 6 spot in the first against Todd Redmond. 6 runs on 6 hits in the first inning. Off-speed pitch.
How does he make it look so easy? You know, barely breaking a sweat out there. Throw strikes with different multiple pitches. It's all that experience.
This is his 1915th inning.
1,915 innings. There you go. That's how you make it look so easy.
Strike 3 call. Congratulations, Darren Oliver. What a way to put icing on a beautiful career. A 1-2-3 inning, his final inning in the major leagues. He has a couple of strikeouts, and how about putting Evan Longoria in your book to end your career caught looking for strike 3.
That's how you finish it, with a flurry right there. You get a great player like Longoria, look at your signature pitch, your curveball, you lock him up.
Darren's father, Bob Oliver, played 8 years in the major leagues, and I can guarantee you he's got a tear in his eye right now watching his son walk off the field for the last time. A fine pitcher and a better person.
Yeah, great guy. He knows a thing or two about this game, doesn't he?
Sure does. And he can walk off the field holding his head high.
Let's take a look at it one more time. That big bender. Breaking ball, he spins it in and he locks up Evan Longoria. And there it is, his final pitch in the big leagues.
Players gave him a great painting that captured his career. All the teams he played with, they presented it to him in Baltimore. Kevin Pillar bounces it up the middle. Zobrist shaded up the middle, makes the play. One down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. He's got some interesting news for us. How about Mike Trout? What a year he's had. The Angels with Jason Vargas on the mound. Trout hits the home run off of Yu Darvish in the first inning, setting the tone for that game. Long way to go for Texas, and they have to win.
This game stays the way it is, then they have to win to force a playoff of a wild card game with the Rays, but they would get to host that, if I'm not mistaken.
If the Rays win and the Rangers win, they would play in Texas.
And Cleveland would win.
And Cleveland will win.
Yeah.
Indians are the top wild card team. The Rays would be at Texas tomorrow for a tiebreaker at 4:07 Eastern time. Then the AL wild card game would take place Wednesday at 8:07 Eastern time. No matter what, any of those playoff games, the wild card games, and all of the postseason games will be right here on Sportsnet throughout the final game of the World Series. We'll have it all for you. 3-1. Once again, let's take a look at the AL wildcard standings, and it's as tight as it can get. The Indians have a lead over the Twins. They are up 2-0 now as they bat in the top of the 6th. Their position would be secure. Tampa Bay, if they can hold on, they lead by 4, would force Texas to win the game to stay alive.
And then if they don't, Texas doesn't win it, then Tampa wins the wild card and they'll play Cleveland. And they will host Cleveland because they had a better record during the regular season. Or no, Cleveland would have a better record, so Cleveland would host the wild card.
Right.
That was only if they were tied that they would get to host it.
Yeah, Cleveland wins, they're 92-70. Tampa Bay wins, they're 91-71. So they would have the better record. They would have home field for the Wednesday wild card game.
Texas loses, they're out.
Reyes with a good cut, fouls it straight back. Jake McGee into the ball game in relief. McGee entered with runners at the corners. He gave up a sac fly to Aaron Sevilla that scored DeRosa, and then he got Goins to ground out. So he came in the ball game in the 6th inning with 1 out.
Their formula all year long, the Tampa Bay Rays, when it's a close game, it was McGee in the 7th, Peralta in the 8th, and Rodney in the 9th. So Joe Madden is hoping that McGee could finish off the 6th like he did, then go through the 7th unharmed. There's Rodney. We haven't seen him for this series.
Full count to Reyes. Bounce toward third. Pass Longoria in the left. A one-out single for Reyes. Enjoying those big comfy green chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are guests of TD enjoying the final game of the season. Welcome to the ballpark. And over in the Jays Care Community Center are folks from the York Baseball Association. Congratulations to you, and I'm sure you had a great season. Good way to wrap up your baseball season by spending this Sunday afternoon with the Blue Jays. Anthony Gose, 1 for 3. Outside. We're in the bottom of the 7th. The Rays aren't out of the woods yet. Gose with a big cut. Jake McGee came through the minor league system as a starter. And boy, has he developed into one of the better lockdown relievers in the game.
Got off to a tough start again this year, but from about the first week of May until now, he has been outstanding. 55 appearances since then, 44 of them scoreless.
Opponents hitting just 179 against McGee over that span. That started on the 10th of May.
That was right after the Blue Jays were down in Tampa. He had trouble getting his fastball over for strikes and getting it down in the strike zone. It was up and the Blue Jays were hitting him hard. He also had trouble getting that breaking ball over. Not a bad pitch there.
He got pretty good mustard on his heater too. That was 98, but just a bit low. Man, that's one thing that has really changed over the course of the last decade is the bullpen arms. I mean, every bullpen is loaded with guys that throw in the upper 90s.
Well, it's become so specialized right now. And I saw a stat the other day, and I can't recall it, of pitchers that throw 95 plus now. In the last 10 years, it's almost double. And they're all one-inning guys. They're specialists that can come in and just shut you down, blow you away late in the ball game.
Now that's interesting, and that probably has a lot to do with the increased velocity. That sounded like it hit him. Up and in, and he bailed out in a hurry, but there was a little extra tick, it sounded like.
Yeah. You're never sure if that hits a piece of the uniform or part of the glove. But that was 99, right under the chin.
3-2. He stays alive. But your point about the relievers and how hard they throw is a very valid one, because now every bullpen is loaded with one-inning guys. In the past years, and you can go back to Rich Gossage and Raleigh Fingers. They were closers, but they would throw 2 and 3 innings. So obviously they knew they had to space out their pitches. They were they're asked to pitch 2 and 3 innings, so they wouldn't empty the tank. How about ball 4?
How about that at bat by Anthony Gose? 8 pitches to finally work the walk.
So you think managing is easy? Now Jim Hickey is checking on the status of their bullpen. Peralta appears to be ready. You got Laurie at the plate. Joe Madden's team has a 4-run lead. We're only in the 7th. There's a lot of baseball left.
Yeah, he's got his bullpen set up. He just needs McGee to get through this inning.
Laurie takes strike 1.
It'll come down to matchups. Okay, do I want Peralta facing Laurie and then stretch him through the 8th inning? Or would I rather have this matchup right here?
Laurie has hit a home run against McGee.
Well, those borderline pitches, he's not getting them, and that's not going to help his case.
That has been the case all afternoon with Paul Schreiber. He's had a very tight strike zone for both sides. Laurie is 3 for 8 against McGee with that home run we talked about. Drive, and this is going to be trouble down the left side. It's up against the wall. Reyes is in to score. Ghost is going to be stopped at 30. Better get back. Brett Laurie delivers the double. Things have tightened up here at Rogers Center.
Big time. When a pitcher throws as hard as Jake McGee as a hitter, all you're concentrating on is make sure you get it started and you hit the ball out in front. That is the pitch to do it. Down and in, you got to shorten up that swing. Watch how short Brett is, and he gets the barrel out and smokes it down the left field line. Reyes scores easily. Ghost had thoughts of scoring, but he has the wide turn and gets back just ahead of Longoria, and just like that, 7-4, and the tying run comes to the plate.
A run in, 1 out, 2 on. When we come back, Joel Peralta into the ball game to face Moises Sierra. Of City's original new comedy package deal starring Harlan Williams, Monday, 8:30 p.m. Well, we got a ball game. The Blue Jays have scored a run here in their half of the seventh. It's a 7-3 Tampa Bay lead. New pitcher in the game is Joel Peralta.
80 games now for Peralta. That's #1 in the American League. They use him a lot, but it's usually in the 8th inning. They need to stretch him through this one and the 8th. He's got a fastball, slider, splitter is his out pitch. Doesn't walk too many batters.
Moises Sierra. He singled to right his last time up. Sierra is 1 for 1 against Peralta. Good speed on the bases for the Jays. Goes at third, Laurie at second. Sierra showing good patience.
He has also shown a good approach at the plate and the ability to hit an off-speed pitch. And Peralta is a severe fly ball type of pitcher. Fastball, splitter, again curveball. And he will get breaking ball.
Two and 0. Back into the seats.
When he stays under control, Moises Sierra, his bat is a little bit quicker. He gets into trouble when he tries to hit the ball too far and he gets too long in his swing and he tries to hit a ball at 9 miles instead of just putting a good pass on the ball, as they used to call it. His two-strike approach has been much better. That might be an approach you might want to think about taking on that 2-0 swing.
Base hit here, probably scores 2. 2-1. 3-1. Been the same strike zone all afternoon.
Yep, it's been small.
Lind has got a bat. He's got his gloves on. DeRosa's spot in the lineup is next. Kawasaki, he too is prepared to hit. No one warming in the Rays bullpen. Ball 4. Bases are loaded. Mark DeRosa is headed back to the dugout. DeRosa had a good day. A couple of hits, a double, he scored a run. It's going to be Adam Lind. Lind has been a terrific pinch hitter. 7 for 18 with 2 homers and 5 RBIs.
And Joe Madden wants to talk about this. He wants to talk about what they want to do with Adam Lind right here. Lindy has been announced into the ball game. Joe Madden makes his way to the mound. He wants to talk to this whole infield.
You can see him talking to Peralta. Don't worry about this, just focus on making good pitches. And it's not the pitching coach, it's the manager. No one warming up in the Rays bullpen.
A pep talk and a combination of that and strategy.
He's talking to everybody, yep.
You're our guy. We have come this far because of the way that you have pitched. This is what I want you to do. You guys play a double play depth in the middle of the lineup. On the corners, we can play deep. And Joe's been thrown out of the game. I think he was waiting for him to come out there to argue those borderline pitches. Now, this is a strategy also. You get in the head of the umpire right here and get those pitches, you might buy that borderline pitch now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He went out there to argue balls and strikes. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, separating Madden, and he made his point. There were some pitches in that at-bat that were called balls, but as we expressed, we felt the strike zone was small all afternoon. Not favoring one side or the other.
Well, Joe had a point. He wanted to make it to the home plate umpire, and he will sacrifice getting thrown out of this ball game for it. Watch what Joe does, though. This is all orchestrated right here. He's going to look, see if the umpire's coming, because he had a message he wanted to deliver. And it didn't take long.
Now, he had a plan all along. Bases loaded. Lind on as a pinch hitter. 1 out. On the ground, Escobar backs up. He'll go to the base for 1. Back to first. Double play. What a double play. Again, Escobar anchoring the defense. It's short. Got the ball, immediately ran to the bag and made a strong throw. Steps on second, fires to first. Good play by Loney to dig it out, and the Rays get out of it. game brought to you by Bacardi Oakard Smooth Spiced Rum. Bacardi is a proud partner of the Toronto Blue Jays.
And for our smooth move this afternoon, we are going to honor Darren Oliver. His last pitch thrown in the big leagues locks up Evan Longoria. Strikeout, and you can walk off. Head held high, very proud. What a smooth move this afternoon.
Oliver was honored with a video tribute. Lind hit it hard, not much he could do about it. You can't guide it. He hit it right up the middle. But those exaggerated shifts are so prominent in this game today that he hit it right back up the middle, and Escobar took it to the bag and started the double play.
You have to take all that information and use it.
Zobrist flies out to right. One down. Steve Delabar is into the ball game now to work the 8th inning. Delabar, appearing in his 55th game of the season, has had an all-star season.
Sixth reliever of the afternoon. There are Delabar's outstanding numbers. And look at the strikeouts. Focus on that. 82 of them this season. Just 29 walks.
Delman Young takes one down and away. Delman's had a perfect day at the plate. Couple of singles and a walk.
You know, to finish up on that thought about positioning and defense, Tampa Bay Rays do a great job of taking the information that they have in their scouting reports of who's pitching, who's hitting, where they can play that defense. In that time, it paid off huge for them. Back in the day, that's a single to center field because the shortstop standing at straightaway shortstop.
Pop-up. Longerhans makes the catch. It's a foul ball, then second out of the inning.
But the scouting reports say Lind is up, and look where he is. He is right behind almost second base to field that ball and to start an inning-ending double play.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times you see balls hit sharply right on the button and the defender standing right there.
That is one thing about this game that has changed over the last few years. Taking the information that baseball has for teams, positioning, and taking away base hits. So the combination of great relief pitching and deep relief pitching with hard throwers and those types of defenses, it's hard to hit in the big leagues right now.
How many times have we seen it with guys like Chris Davis and David Ortiz and Adam Lind, where they play the shift and the guy hit the ball hard, it'll be a one hopper to the outfield, and there's an infielder standing right in front.
Yeah, plenty of times, and that information has helped stop a lot of rallies.
Years ago, there was only one guy that they would play the shift on, and that was Ted Williams.
That was it.
Everybody else was straight up. 0-2 on the ground. Laurie wide at third in front of the shortstop. Good inning for Steve Delabar. It's a 7-4 Tampa Bay lead. Time now for a Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. world's first minivan with a built-in vacuum. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Buck, we're going to rename this the Drive of the Year right here. Who could ever forget Munenori Kawasaki, May the 26th against Jim Johnson, slicing the outfield with this ball right here, a walk-off hit that set the stage for one of the greatest celebrations that the Blue Jays have ever had right here. Everybody goes crazy. Kawasaki goes crazy, becomes a household name and a media darling after that base hit.
Kawasaki has come out on deck to bat after Langerhans, and there's the saying down at the bottom, I am Japanese. That's what he included in his post-game interview after that game-winning walk-off hit. Ryan Langerhans had a base hit, part of the 3-run 6th inning. David DeJesus into the ball game in left. Sam Poole comes in defensively as he moves into center, pushing DeJesus to left. Matt Joyce is out of the game. (2-0). Joe Madden was ejected for the 5th time this season when he came out. Appeared to be talking to Peralta, talking to the infielders, but his whole point of that visit to the mound was to discuss the strike zone of the home plate umpire, Paul Schreiber. And you talk about changing the momentum of the ball game. That ejection got his team fired up. Peralta delivered a good pitch. Escobar started the 6-6-3 double play to end the inning. He's a pretty wily old skipper.
Yeah, you got to know those kind of things. You got to see it starting to develop, and that was the plan.
He changed the momentum of the inning.
Yep.
No question about it. Langerhans reaches for it.
And he sacrifices staying around for that strike zone type. He wanted to make a message to him, and he goes right to the home plate umpire and gets pitched. Now that fires up a team. When you see a manager fighting like that for you and taking the brunt of it to get thrown out of the ball game, that just fires you up.
His 32nd ejection as the manager of the Rays.
And he wasn't going to leave until he got his message across.
Well, I tell you what, you're right about it. You've been on the mound in those meetings, and you've seen an umpire come out and then the manager turn around and tear a strip off the umpire. It fires you up.
Yeah, it just ignites you. And then, of course, double play, get out of the inning.
7-4, Tampa Bay leads it. We are in the bottom of the 8th. Blue Jays trying to rally late. Full count. Ball 4. Leadoff walk.
Batting for the catcher, J.P. Arancibia, number 66, Munenori Kawasaki.
Munenori Kawasaki, 324 this season. Kawasaki, the pinch hitter, batting for J.P. Arancibia, 1 for 10 as a pinch hitter. The tying run is on deck. Strike 1.
Well, you know you're going to get a good at bat from Kawasaki. He's going to work that pitcher. He's been a hot hitter over his last 23. 315 average. Outfield playing him to hit the ball the other way, and they're shallow. That is DeJesus now in left field.
Popped up. Zobrist, the second baseman, behind second, makes the catch. 2 down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you, Jamie. Ubaldo Jimenez, a starter for the Indians, has 2 hit to Twins through 5 2/3, and he has struck out 10. Kind of setting the tone for that ball club. Minnesota has committed 2 errors in that game. Ryan Goins trying to extend his hit streak to 10 straight to finish the season. He's 0 for 3 so far today.
How about that finishing kick by the Cleveland Indians?
Yeah.
They get Houston, the Chicago White Sox, and Minnesota the last 2 weeks of the season.
Looking for their 10th straight win.
Well, when they beat the White Sox in the walk-off home run by Jason Giambi, you knew that was a foregone conclusion that they were going to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Biggest swing of the bat for the Indians all year long. They had blown the save. Chris Perez had given up a pair of home runs in the top half of the inning. And Jason Giambi had his 10th career walk-off home run. Ball on a strike. Strike 2. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Blue Jays down by 3. They have battled back to make it a game. Cut on and miss. Goins strikes out. Another reminder on 360, you can watch the Angels and Rangers. They are in Arlington. It's a 1-0 Angel lead. Mike Trout has homered off of Yu Darvish. Jason Vargas, the left-hander, is the starter for the Angels, and last time out he threw a 4-hit complete game shutout against the Oakland A's. So if the Rays win, the Rangers have to win to stay alive. Kevin Pillar takes one downstairs. There's another borderline pitch. It's not called a strike, and Paul Schreiber has been consistent with that strike zone. It's been a small one, but consistent.
And every pitch has a purpose when you get to this point of the season, the Tampa Bay Rays. Every pitch.
Up the middle, that's a base hit. Langerhans will stop at second. You notice how Sam Fuld fielded that ball. He went down with 2 hands to make sure he squared it up. Another reminder of where we're at. The Indians, they have a lead over Minnesota 4-2. They have a game lead in the wild card. Rays and Rangers are tied. Dave Martinez to the mound after Joe Madden has been ejected. He's taken the baseball. And Peralta will give way to the closer. Fernando Rodney coming out of the bullpen looking for a 4-out save. 2 outs, 2 on. Reyes the batter when we come back. into the top half of the first, not many believed that Fernando Rodney would be into this game, but he comes into the ballgame with 2 outs in the 8th with a save on the line.
And he has converted his last 6 saves. Rodney, 344, 36 saves in 44 opportunities. 67 games for Rodney. He's got a great fastball and a great changeup. 80 strikeouts in 65 innings this year for Rodney. And he has done this before against the Blue Jays, where they have asked him to get more than 3 outs to get a save.
2 of Rodney's blown saves have come at the hands of the Blue Jays this year. They have hit him hard. 11 hits in 9 1/3. And 2 home runs.
You know, and one of those blown saves was that game we were talking about earlier where he had to come into the 8th inning, tried to close it out. JP Arancibia ended up hitting a home run against him. Force him to use that fastball. You do that and time it up, you can hit it a long way.
Reyes had a good cut. Rodney, for the season, has allowed just 3 home runs. Blue Jays have hit 2 of them. Longerhans with the leadoff walk. He's at second. Pilar with a 2-out singles at first. Inside.
Well, you're going to get some heat from Rodney. Saw that one, 98 miles an hour. He hasn't worked since last Sunday. There just hasn't had the opportunities. Just hasn't had the opportunities to come in and save a ball game.
2-1. Line to left. That's a base hit. Longerhans is going to score. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time. Reyes delivers the RBI single.
No quit in the Blue Jays this afternoon. They fell behind 7-0, and they're chipping away. 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, now 1 here in the 8th. Looked like a fastball down and away, and Jose stays on that one, slices it to left field.
Reyes, his second hit of the day.
Yeah, 3 times he's been on base. The outfield has got to play deep because the tying run was at the plate, and that gave the Hazers no chance of trying to catch that ball.
Reyes represents the tying run. He's at first. Pilar's a good base runner. He's at second. Still 2 outs. Anthony Ghost goes after the first pitch. It's a changeup.
You got to look for the ball. Basically 2 pitches. It's either a hard fastball or that pullback changeup. You can't guess with them. Just see the ball.
0-2. Ghost has got the battle. The Blue Jays were down 7-0 at one point. They have battled back. Base hit to right field. Pilar's around third. He's going to score. The throw comes into the cutoff man. It's a 1-run game.
Two outs, 2 strikes. I can't believe he threw him a pitch for a strike. Looked like the changeup, but it did nothing. Just hung over the middle of the plate, and Coase hits it into right field. I didn't think he'd throw him a strike there. Not when he was ahead 0-2 and 2 outs. Anthony has to expand. He does him a favor throwing him a changeup, and it's a 1-run game.
Reyes, the tying run, just 90 feet away. Brett Lawrie's had a 2-hit game. Reyes tried to get Rodney to balk. He came way down the third base line.
I'll tell you what, if I was pitching, I would have balked. I mean, he fired down that line.
Reyes also anticipating a ball in the dirt. Rodney throws that changeup, and he'll bounce it from time to time.
Lobaton has been great at blocking that ball this whole series.
Brett Lawrie, 2 for 3. He's scored a run and driven in a run. Two and 0. Casey Jansen, the closer. Ready. Santos also ready in the background. Two balls, no strikes. Ball 3. The Blue Jays have put 2 blown saves on Rodney's record this year. He has saved 4 of the 6 opportunities against the Jays. Ball 4, bases are loaded. Moises Sierra has walked twice, singled and scored, and popped out. Rodney and Sierra were teammates during the WBC. Line down the right side, just foul.
Oh boy, he reached out on that fastball, and when it left the bat, it looked like it had a chance.
Blue Jays have their best base runners on. Reyes, Gose, and Lawrie. They all have great speed.
This place is going to go nuts if he gets a base hit.
99 fouled back.
Okay, it's 0-2.
He threw him a changeup to Gose.
Yeah.
Does he throw him another changeup?
No, no way. No way. You got to go out of the strike zone. Remember that game down in Tampa? He got beat around a little bit, Rodney, and then all of a sudden forgot about the changeup and just went fastball and ended up finishing off that game for a save. And I say he does the same thing. Look at this.
100. No margin for error, so why not go with your best? No one imagined we'd be here in the 8th after a 6-run top half of the 1st. 0-2. He stays alive.
And he stays with the fastball, and it was up and in. And for Rodney now, up 0-2, he can throw one a little bit higher. And then one a little bit higher after that. Trying to get Moises Sierra to swing at it.
Changeup. Sierra strikes out. The Blue Jays leave the bases loaded. They've scored 2 in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Tampa Bay has a 1-run lead. Sergio Santos into the game to face Lobaton when we come back. right here on Sportsnet. Of course, we're in the 9th inning here at Rogers Center. On Sportsnet 1, the Indians and Twins are playing. Cleveland has a 5-0 lead. That's on right now on Sportsnet 1. And on Sportsnet 360, the Angels have a 1-0 lead over the Texas Rangers. And you can see every game of the postseason. Any potential tiebreakers, the wild card games, all the divisional games, all the championship series games, and the World Series right here on Sportsnet. Santos the pitcher, Tolley the catcher. Jose Lobaton takes one downstairs. Josh Tolley back behind the plate after Kawasaki came on as a pinch hitter for JP Arancibia. We're in the 9th inning. Blue Jays have out hit the Rays 11-9. High and deep, but well fouled on the right side.
Sergio Santos into the ball game, and he has been lights out as well as everybody has been throwing in that bullpen. This guy has been even better. Fastball, slider, changeup. He's healthy. His arm is free. 26 strikeouts and just 4 walks. Yeah, this is as good as I've ever seen him right now.
Joe Madden was right on the money when he talked about the Blue Jays bullpen and how difficult it was to score against the bullpen. The Rays have managed just 1 run since the 1st inning. Santos gets ahead, or gets the count even. It's 2-2.
It's deep, and they've got a lot of hard throwing guys that come out of that bullpen.
Lobaton strikes out. Santos retires the first batter here in the 9th.
Boy, he's got a great fastball, and he's been dotting that outside corner, both righties and lefties. He throws that one right by Lobaton. Has him talking to himself.
Yunel Escobar may have made the play of the game when he got a ground ball off the bat of the pinch hitter Adam Lind into 7th. Went to the bag and completed the double play to get the Rays out of the inning. Chopped towards short. Laurie cuts in front of Reyes. Dug out of the dirt by Longerhans. 2 down.
Tell you, we have watched Brett Laurie all season long, and it has been a joy at third base. His range and his athleticism. Watch how he cuts this ball off before it gets to Reyes and then throws on the run. It has been a lot of fun to watch his development at third base.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions about who should play third base for the future for the Blue Jays.
No.
He will be there, and he will be a solid rock at third. David DeJesus, the leadoff man, 0 for 4 so far.
Isn't this great? Isn't this fun? I mean, if you're a baseball fan, this game has had a little bit of everything. It might not be real fun right now for the Tampa Bay Rays because they had a huge lead and the Jays have come back.
I got to tell you, it's difficult when you're down 6-0 in the final game of the season with nothing to play for, but you've got to give the Blue Jays an awful lot of credit. I mean, it would have been easy to say, oh, we got beat 7-0, no big deal, but they didn't.
And you said that early when it was 6-0. We're going to see what the Blue Jays are made of. Well, you know what? They got some gamers over there. And to John Gibbons and his coaching staff, to their credit, they haven't given up all year long. They might not have the results that they have wanted this year, but they have battled.
David DeJesus behind 0-2. Strikeout. Josh Tolley has to make the throw, and he does. A strikeout and a strong throw to first. The Rays are down in order in the ninth. It's a one-run game. It'll be Lind, Langerhans, and Tolle against Rodney when we come back. Quite a finish to the 2013 season. 3 games with playoff implications, and right now it's a one-run game. Adam Lind, in his second at bat, entered the ball game as a pinch hitter in the 7th, batting for Mark DeRosa, and hit into an inning-ending double play. First pitch strike from Rodney. You can see the defense playing deep. Lind hits the ball hard. They know he doesn't run well, so they can give themselves a little more range by backing up on the infield.
And once again, look where the shortstop is. Escobar behind second base. That's where he was when Lind hit that double play ball.
Lind is now 1 for 6 against Fernando Rodney. And you know he's thinking about one thing right now.
Launch.
0-2. Got to shift gears a bit. Rodney has hit triple digits here in his outing this afternoon.
He's well rested, like we said. He hasn't worked since last Sunday. Adam said he was fine. He threw on Thursday. Says we just haven't had the opportunity to use him.
In the dirt. Well, the Blue Jays can take pride in putting the pressure on Tampa Bay. They have made it tough on the Rays. And they're not done yet.
No. They're going to keep working at 0-2 to 3-2.
Up the middle, base hit for Lind. He crossed up the shift. The tying runs aboard.
The shift, first of all, like you were saying, it hurt him last time. This time it helps him as it finds its way. It's a ground ball to second baseman, but the shift finds its way into center field. Lind is going to be lifted for a pinch runner.
Pitcher Esmail Rogers comes on to pinch run. He started his baseball career as a position player, so this isn't that strange to him. He's a good athlete. Lind has been hampered by his back problem, so he gives way to the pinch hitter, Ryan Longerhans. Nobody out.
What a game.
What a game.
What an excitement. And you and I, this is it for 6 months. We don't get to do this again for 6 more months. I'm disappointed.
One and 0. Off the end of the bat. Loney goes to second to get the lead runner. Rogers is retired. Longerhans reaches on the fielder's choice. NFL action right now. The Eagles are in Denver to take on the Broncos. That is on City right now. So if you want to see some NFL action. But if you turn away from this game, won't be surprised if you'll be disappointed. 7-6.
I'm not turning away. The way this afternoon has gone, anything can happen.
Josh Tolley getting his first at bat. Takes a strike. Tolley came in defensively after Aaron Seavey was lifted for the pinch hitter. Longerhans at first. He's been on base 3 times. 1 out. Oh, and 2.
He hasn't had a problem getting ahead of hitters this afternoon. As you see, Alex Torres starting to throw just in case. He has had problems finishing them off.
One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. 44,000 on hand for the final game here at Rogers Center. Josh Tolley fouls it out of play.
And you can't have any ball if you're an outfielder get by you, or this game is going to be tied. They don't think that Tolley's going to get around on that good fastball for Rodney. They play him the other way, and they're deep too.
Josh Tolley's been swinging the bat well of late.
He's been going the other way. He's been hitting a lot of balls to left field hard.
He strikes out. High fastball. 2 down. Jeremy Hellickson, the starter in game 1. Ryan Goins. Goins trying to extend his hit streak to 10 straight. He's 0 for 4, trying to keep the game going. Former J. Kelly Johnson anxious in the Rays dugout.
Yeah, to win this game again, they have a chance.
They will play tomorrow if they win.
It will guarantee them one more game.
One more game for sure. Two and 0, not close. Derek Shelton, the hitting coach. A lot of anxious people moving around in that Rays dugout.
Yeah, Rodney called Lobatone out there after that pitch. He has an idea of what he wants to do.
Joe Madden has been ejected from the game. Dave Martinez is the acting manager. Rodney has thrown 31 pitches. a strike with a changeup. Ryan Goins facing Rodney for the first time. Swinging a drive to left. De Jesus is there, and Tampa Bay wins it. Tampa Bay holds on. The Blue Jays rallied to make it interesting, but Rodney picks up the save as they win the final game 7-6.
What a game this afternoon. A little bit of everything we saw. We saw the Rays come out, smoke it in the first inning, throw a 6 spot up there, and then they have to hang on. And temporarily, they now, with that 91st win, they have guaranteed themselves to play one more game.
It's a great game and a fine season. We want you to make sure you check out the baseball action. More baseball right here on Sportsnet. On 1, the Indians and Twins. Right now on 360, it's the Angels and the Rangers. At Sportsnet, we got football. Here's Jamie Thomas to tell you about the NHL, NFL.
All right, guys, we got Delman Young on his way here. Okay, thanks.
Wow. Do they know what this guy does with all these bats again?
And check your local listings later tonight for Blue Jays in 30.
That guy leads the league in bats.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have about at least 100.
Fans on
There you
behalf
go.
of every
Are y'all set?
The building staff, the game staff, security, the ambassadors, the J-Force, the grounds crew.
Well, Delman, you've been through these playoff races in Minnesota.